Regular meeting of city council members. Members of the public can view this meeting live on channel 8, the city's website, and YouTube. Live Spanish translation services are being provided tonight. City council meeting by telephone 720-386-9023 and use code 104091. I should add Dylan, you ready?
You can go ahead.
Okay, all right. I will now call the study session to order. First presentation is PRG Master Plan Findings. I'll invite Chad Redding, Director of PRG, to presentation.
Thank you. Well, good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. We are here tonight to present the Parks, Recreation, and Master Plan findings for you. We have a lot of information to go over, so we'll try to get through it as quickly as possible and then leave some time at the end for questions and answering. We have our consultant here to present, Barry Dunn. So I will turn it over to Dr. Teresa Penblick with Barry Dunn to present for you guys.
Wonderful, thank you, Jeff. Good evening, everyone. Nice to see you. I think I've met most of you or had conversations with you individually. Nice to meet those of you who have not had a chance to talk to me. I'm Dr. Teresa Penblick, and we have here about a half-hour presentation of the findings as we kind of know it, and I'll run through those, and then we've kind of allocated another half hour for discussion and questions. And so if that works for you all, I'm also happy if you have need to clarify, have a clarifying question, or if I speak too quickly and you'd like me to cover something more in depth, I'm happy to do that. And I think we're just waiting to pull this presentation up. There we go. Wonderful. All right. And I think you're going to, the slide for me? Wonderful.
Yes.
Okay, just if you can go back real quickly, I just want to introduce, I'm here on behalf of Barry Dunn, and we are the lead consulting firm. We have a good team behind us, but also here with me tonight, I have two of our key consultants. We have Bill Newman from DHM Design and Richard Singer from National Gold Foundation. You'll hear a little bit from them as we get into these things. I apologize in advance. Number one, I always speak really quickly. It's just my nature. And number two, we just have so much information to cover that I'm going to go pretty quickly. So hopefully not too fast. All right, so we are here. Go ahead and go to the next slide, please. Most of you have seen this slide. This is kind of our overview of the project. So we started back in July with what we call our strategic kickoff, where we met with the team members, met with a lot of you. Then we did information gathering July through October, and I'm going to cover the findings from that in a few minutes. But basically all of these different types of methodologies for gathering information. Right now, we're in this phase 2, which is what we call findings and visioning. So we're presenting the world as we know it based on everything that we've heard since last July around Commerce City, all the research that we've done, and kind of the key opportunities, the key findings that we're coming up with. And then really talking about, okay, here's our ideas based on everything that we have heard and looked at and all the analyses that we've done around the key areas that we need to make recommendations. And then we'll be back in April with the draft document, and that will come back to you. And then I have a slide at the end that will talk about next steps. And then for adoption later in 24. So that's just a key overview of the process. Right, next slide. One thing I want to reiterate here is that this is really, we're at findings only. So as I talk through various ideas, as we share various ideas with you, these are the key findings. They have not necessarily been prioritized yet. And so as we come back with the draft document, we will have at that point our suggested prioritization. We will have columns for potential financial impact and potential responsibility and timing. So right now we're in the making sure that we've heard it all. So as we talk through these things tonight, what I would ask is that based on your knowledge, you're all representatives here, you're very familiar with the community. Are we missing anything? Is there anything that we're saying that if we say something, they go, oh, that doesn't sound right? That's what we want to hear from you, because that allows us to go back and make sure that we've got everything correct before we go forward and actually write up all the recommendations. So is that okay for everyone? Just to start with this, we did want to make sure we definitely don't want to reinvent the wheel or waste money on duplicating things that you're already doing. So you have a variety of other plans and efforts that we rely upon, that we've reviewed on staff. We have wonderful staff on this team. Chad and Tracy and Lisa are just three other Tims out back here. I know we've got a variety of people that are missing, but they have provided all of this. I know you're in the middle of the development plan. There's a constant planning happening. And so what we've tried to do is kind of the world as we know it through fall 2023, because we have to stop somewhere. But also, I know that there's a lot still happening, and even reading in your report for January, there's so many things that are happening here. So we have to stop at some point to do the plan. At the same time, we're starting to go, if there are things that are currently affecting this next plan, then we want to make sure that we look at that. We're focused on 5 years for operations and programming and things that can be done immediately, 10 years for capital recommendations, and then a long-term vision. Okay. So I'm sorry, go back real quick. So basically, these are all the different plans. There's a couple of them that are going to be highlighted as we talk through the various slides, like the trails plan. We know we're looking at recommending that in part of the transportation plan that's currently in the works, and all of these other updates that you've got going. So, okay. We did look at a very strong analysis, and there's a very detailed analysis. The plan will be summaries, but if you ever want more details on what we've got, we're providing a lot of staff resource documents, and we're still making the decisions about what will be in an appendix versus what will be in the plan versus what will be available for all the level of detail that we have. So lots of stuff here. I'm just showing you a quick analysis. We know that at 2023 right now, we're just under 70,000 with looking at an estimated build out of around 150,000. And so we're trying to look at that long-term vision. Growth rate is slowing a little bit, and most of the growth is happening on the north part of the community. You guys all know this. This is just something that we're capturing, looking at where we're at. Okay. And so there are a variety of different methodologies that we've used. And so one of them is called Placer AI. You're probably using something like that for collecting mobility data. We have a lot of slides on how people are using the various facilities. This is just one that I wanted to pull out and show you. And this is probably anecdotally, you already know this, but we're looking at about 501,000 visits to Bison Ridge, 273,000 to Pioneer Park, which is the most of any park. So we've got all the data here. I'm not going to run through all the numbers, looking at these key sites related to how people are actually using the system. And so we're taking that all into account. Okay. We also have this whole bunch of other methods, and I'm going to highlight findings from a couple of them. One of the things that we heard right from the very beginning was that we really wanted to make sure that we had broad-based, diverse community engagement at all stages of this process. And so I feel really, really good about the information gathering techniques that we've done, and I'll show you some of the numbers. I think we were able to achieve that during this piece, and so probably as much as any project I've ever worked on. I've been doing this for over 30 years, and I think that there's just a lot of great pieces here. So let's go on. I'll just talk about some of the key sources. So in total, as we count up all the numbers, about 62,000 documented points of contact. I'm going to hit some of these in a little bit more detail in a second, but some of the things I want to look at, we've got roughly almost 19,000 through direct mail. We've got a golf survey that was specifically answered by almost 19 or, just under 19,000 people. And so we've got comment cards that have come in. We've got a lot of different emails, and those were all documented. Staff has been absolutely wonderful in helping us collect all this information. And then we have these other, lots of website visits, and then the other ones I'm going to show you here. Okay, we used a site called Social Pinpoint, and that's still active, which is allowing people to give their input. We've stopped the input right now, but it will still be used as a site to put the draft document out there so people can comment on the draft when that's ready. But so far, we've had 4,135 site visits, and we've had 118 comments of people who have given their input online, which is great. We've got a lot of people talking about budgets, and we had a mapping tool there where they could say, hey, we want this here, we want this here. And then, so you can see that the points here, we had also 12 locations for pop-up events where we went on site where people were. And so that we were able to, so people who won't show up at a council meeting for whatever reason, and we know how fun they are, but the other places, we could go to them. So I feel like as you just see, I know these are small and you probably can't read them from where you're at, but good representation across the city. Okay. From the public engagement events, these are the top priorities that have emerged as we've taken all of that information. We try to get to a point that we call saturation, making sure that we're not hearing new things still. And actually, I felt by the end of that process, by December, I was like, okay, we're hearing the same things over and over again, which is good. That's what we want to make sure. So here's the top priorities just from public engagement. And then I'm going to show you the other methodologies and what we've heard, and you'll start to hear some similarities over as we go through the different methods. Really a desire for more shaded areas, more aquatics, both programs and facilities. More cultural arts was a heavy program area. People want more events, more art offerings, more historical offerings, those types of things, but definitely special events. People like, how can we get together? How can we gather? Community gardens, definitely more trails. And I will tell you, trails is the #1 thing across the country and certainly here in Colorado that we hear all the time, people wanting to have that connectivity to be able to bike and to walk. More desire for more dog parks, more restrooms. People don't go to parks for restrooms. Typically, sometimes they do, but typically that's not the reason you go to a park or a facility. But if you don't have one, you will leave. And so it affects duration of use of how long people will stay. Pickleball courts. Pickleball is the fastest growing sport in America. So trying to manage that impact with the need for facilities and a very, very active ambassador crowd is something that most communities in the country are addressing right now. More nature programs and more adventure playgrounds. So these are just kind of what we heard from the public as key areas. And again, there's a lot more detail in the plan. So is that the same thing as you're hearing in terms of, okay, good. Go to the next one. We also did a statistically valid survey, and this was mailed, I don't have the number in my head of how many homes, but we did receive a valid result. We were hoping for 400 and we got 407, so we're happy with that. That is representative. So as we got this here, we worked with EPC Institute, and then I'm going to show you a couple of the findings just from the survey. So there's a whole bunch of graphic slides. So if you love this kind of stuff, I'm a data geek. If you like this kind of thing, there's going to be a lot of that for you to dive into. But just some summary findings in terms of facilities, what we heard on the statistically valid survey of residents. Again, shade, community gardens, more water recreation, art and cultural spaces. So you'll start to see these things emerging over and over again. Okay. Yes.
Sorry, can I ask a question?
You have a question?
Was there anything asked for emergency climate preparedness? I've been asked that a lot.
I'm going to talk a little bit more about that, and I've got a whole slide on it.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Sorry.
Sure. Facilities and amenities importance. #1 facility they'd like to see is trails. #2, indoor pools. #3, dog parks. And then #4, outdoor swimming areas. So aquatics again. And then in terms of programs, events, adult fitness and wellness, more outdoor programming here. Canoeing, kayaking, water access is something, and recognizing that this requires a body of water, which may not be readily available. We start to look at, well, what do we do with that? You know, we know people want it. I do a lot of work in looking at biophilic preference and how do we provide places for people to go that they will make them happy, healthy, and productive on a daily basis. So we're always looking at this program mix. And if I love water, do I have access to water? If I love nature or trees, or if I love sports, or I love all the different types of things, what is it that I enjoy on a daily basis? Stage performances, that kind of gets into the community events thing. We asked it in a couple different ways. Arts and cultural programs, pet-friendly programming, winter recreation, and then pickleball came up again, top 8. The other tool we used was we updated the complete component-based inventory and level of service analysis for all of the facilities and amenities that you own and manage as a city. So the inventory is now updated in GIS. That's available to you for whatever you need. And it's got a qualitative function along with locational data. So it's all in there, it's all current, and it's great. I hope you agree. I think it's really spectacular. So we wanted to look at which areas of the city are, before the other things were like, what do people want? Now we're looking at, well, what do we really have? And how are we balancing those two things? Okay. The big thing was walkable access. And so we do a specific analysis on walkability. This is just some representative graphic maps looking at these potential trails that are out there and the pedestrian barriers. So I know you've got a lot of highways, you've got a lot of big barriers that people can't get certain places. So those are all put in here. What that allows us to do then is look at this walkable access across the community. I don't know if you're familiar with the 880 concepts. Basically, that means we want to help the community be walkable for 8-year-olds and 80-year-olds. And if they can get around the community, then anybody can. And so the idea of looking at, can they get there? The good news is, so as you start to look at these different pieces, almost all 92% of Commerce City residents are within walking distance of some sort of outdoor recreation opportunity. That's a pretty high number. Next slide. So then we get into walkable to what? Because if I want to go to certain types of things, we can look at that. This also starts to show that the purple is, do they have a representative service of the typical components that people want in a community? Yellow, so purple is yes. Yellow is they have some service, but maybe not what we're typically seeing as a desired program mix or a facility mix. And then gray is areas that don't have anything. Now, some places where it's gray, it makes sense, and either you haven't had growth there, so you're holding some land and that might not make, or there's land there that's not been developed. Other areas may have something industrial that it doesn't make sense. We're not providing for an industrial neighborhood necessarily. So, but overall, again, we've got this very high number of 78% having at least that target value number that we can kind of benchmark against over time. So that's a very high number in terms of service for walkable access. We also use another tool called comparative analysis, where we look at National Recreation and Parks Association is our big association that manages what we do. And they track agencies all over the country. So this is just an analysis looking at Commerce City relative to other types of communities that are similar. I don't want you to go into these numbers too much right now because this is just one tool. So if you look at this, then you go, oh my gosh, we need 14 tennis courts. No, what we want to do is put that in perspective. According to what's provided nationally for communities that are similar in this $50,000 to $100,000 population, you start to see this is what's coming up. So it's one way that we do comparison. And what I want to show you is that as we get into the recommendations, we're considering all of these different data sources. So as you see there. Okay. So with what I've just said, kind of what you have, the analysis of the whole system, what people want, what we're starting to get into is, okay, what's coming out of this? What are the key findings? And that's really why we're here tonight. Key summary strengths, and these are things that we want to celebrate, and we make sure that because this type of plan is really the place to do that, to get out to the public, hey, look, here's what we're doing really well. So things that we've identified are, number one, lots of progress in the last 20 years. So I commend everyone here who's been part of that. There have been a lot of things done. The number one thing we kept hearing from the public over and over and over again is the quality of staff. That staff care. I work with a lot of agencies around the country, and I can walk in and tell whether we've got slackers who are sitting there going like this, or whether we've got people who are passionate. And the passion here is evident, and staff really, really want to do a good job. So that's pretty cool. The maintenance is high of recreation center and parks. We've got some challenges, which we'll talk about in terms of the integration of maintenance. And obviously, you always need more maintenance, but that's coming in high. The diversity of programming is good. Inclusivity, this idea of, even though there's places to go here, and we'll talk about that, how do we make sure that everyone feels included across the system? Right now, that we know that the team is trying, we know you all are committed to that. So there's a commitment to it, and that leads into this plan of how do we actually make that happen in the next 5 to 10 years. The 2 recreation centers are definitely strengths. The outcomes since the 2K fund have been really well accepted in terms of the improvements of Bison Ridge and Eagle Point and all the other areas. Definitely the golf course. And so we did a full needs analysis looking at the golf course, and that's a special section of this plan. And so you'll hear a little bit more about that. And then just the availability of places to go. So those came in really high in terms of the strengths that we want to highlight and say, look, great job. This is really things that we should take credit for and revel in that a little bit and, and be happy about that. So our job is to then look at this and go, okay, what can we improve? What are the opportunities now? So next slide. A couple of things around the country and actually globally. I just came back from the World Leisure Organization in Dunedin, New Zealand. We do a lot of work at looking at how do parks and recreation agencies, or in the world they call them leisure organizations, how do we fit into that overall preventive health and quality of life piece? I know that as you're looking at economic development, you're aware of the fact that these types of things do improve quality of life. And if you have these types of parks and recreation facilities and amenities that people want, people will move there. People will stay even if time gets tough. If you cut these types of things, cities die. And that's just a fact of life. One thing that we can do is really focus on and I say we, I become part of the community. What we can do is focus on preventive health and the idea of how do we provide the places and programs and spaces and opportunities for people to be happy, healthy, and productive on a daily basis. So these are the various factors that we have, and there's a section that's going to be in the plan talking about how they affect and the things that you're doing in Commerce City. And each one of the elements that we're going to talk about for recommendations have been kind of analyzed with these elements in mind. So places to do physical activity. Do we have access to get across the system or access to nature? Do we have places to engage? These are the key factors that people need as humans to be happy, healthy, and productive. Do we have access, or do we feel safe? So there, and what do we do about that? Because we won't do things if we don't feel safe, even if they're available. And then on this, so those are the key modifiable factors. And then over here, we have the partners. And so knowing that the city cannot do everything and should not do everything within a community, how are you working with your medical and preventive health partners? How are you working with the other for-profit and nonprofit partners? There's a lot of them here, and you guys have a lot of partnerships, especially with for-profit partners and other folks. Looking at the schools and how that fits in with the overall research. So I like to provide this as a conceptual graphic to show as we're making these recommendations, these types of things are taken into account. And one thing I might recommend, your system is maturing right now. I mean, it's really coming into you're going from this little town, it's already gone, little town, mid-size, and right now, as you continue to evolve, you're going into a pretty good sized city, right? And so looking at how do these getting integrated and how do we talk about what the city services provide using these types of amenities and programs, okay? We also know that this is probably one of the issues we heard over and over again. And you guys, this is no news to anyone, the challenges right now, especially in the south part of the city, especially in the summer, we were doing a lot of our input in the summer, but even now, I know you had to do the emergency cold shelters and things like that. So recognizing it's not so much about saying this is a bad thing, it needs to go away, because that's not the fact. These are residents here in the community, or they're coming through the community and need to be provided for. But recognizing what a role this department plays in meeting these, in addition to the fact that they can't do it. So there is a stronger need for integration with Parks and Recreation, with the other city services and nonprofit services that are here. Also, just reiterating the need for crime prevention through environmental design for every single park or facility, so that as a restroom in a park in the south that may have a lot of use by unhoused populations is designed in such a way that it's not attractive. And there's a variety of not attractive to stay in, I didn't mean not attractive, but not a place to go hole up, you know what I mean? Or so that as people who are living here, a lot of the residents reported this perception, real or perception of safety. I can't go there because there's people there who may make me feel uncomfortable or may make my kids feel unsafe, that type of thing. So rather than sweep that under the rug and go, I know we need to handle this, what I wanted to do was call this out as a key finding, because as you go forward in the next 5 years, there's lots of ways to deal with this. So not only the SEPTED, you will see in the preliminary ideas for recommendations, a recommendation of a couple more park rangers that are bilingual. And this idea of just thinking through every single new facility or park upgrade that you consider, making sure that these positive activation elements, programming, when you have positive programming in the space, it tends to keep the negative behaviors away. So how do we manage those non-sanctioned behaviors? There are some non-sanctioned behaviors happening, especially around Paradise Island and some of those other things. So as we noted those, recognizing how can we look at those from a management standpoint. Commerce City is not alone in the Denver metro area and dealing with these. And so there's a lot of people to talk with, and I know you're already doing that, but we're also looking at what's California doing. California and Florida have a lot more of this to deal with than Commerce City does, but they've also come up with some successful management practices. And so we'll include some of that. But the big one here is making sure that we're partnering. Next. This, I think, is what you were getting to, Renee, the idea of recognizing the department in the role of climate resiliency and environmental resiliency. I know that there's been a lot of discussion around this, but we know that parks, recreation, trails, open space play a vital role in the emotional health, the physical health, and the environmental health of the community. And so, number one, identifying that is it's known, and we have to put resources there because they can help. We know that there are natural disasters. We know climate change or resiliency is now it's affecting things, whether there's more tornadoes, more cold spells where we have to do cold shelters, those types of things. So recognizing that the essential services is to give resources and planning in advance. And so you'll see a recommendation in there for making sure that there's an integrated resiliency plan that is not only, it's not like the city does it. The city is doing that and you're working with EEOC and you've got all of the other things that are happening in the county, but making sure that this department is a key player in that because they're often front line when these things happen, whether it's opening a shelter or dealing with stormwater management or all those different types of things. So the other part that they do play here is the return to normalcy. So when things happen, the first thing somebody wants, which sounds kind of like, well, trails are not a big deal when we have a tornado or every flood that comes through and takes out all the stuff until I want to get out and run because I'm really stressed out. Getting trails open after an event is a number one thing. Getting programs for kids open again is really important. So returning to normalcy after an event. So I've talked about some of the key operational pieces and I'm going to turn it over. I've got Bill Newman here. He's with DHM. He's going to outline real quickly just some of the key capital recommendations that we have.
So this is a list of priority needs from the key capital findings that were done. And that includes outdoor spaces and cultural activities, splash pads and pools, again, the pickleball and tennis courts, multi-use turf fields, kids can play soccer on potentially, and they may, even be synthetic. We're seeing a lot of synthetic turf fields going in around the metro area that, reduce use of water, extend play times. So there are benefits to that. Dog parks, community gardens, and the expansion of Bison Ridge, which potentially would have a space for additional aquatics and maybe senior needs.
Question on that slide.
Can we hold off till they're done with the?
We're almost done.
It's almost done.
Yeah, we just did a couple more slides.
So the capital findings also include connections that we've been talking about. So it's important that there's good connectivity through the city. Our plan won't make specific recommendations, but will identify some of the key trail connections that should be considered in the future transportation plan that you're working on. The findings include better connections between the recreation centers and the neighborhoods. Again, the 880 concept and complete streets, and then regional trails. So there are opportunities for greater north-south connections, desire for some of the east-west connections along United Power, and then some improved connections to Sand Creek. So those could all be recommendations that are included in the transportation plan.
Great. You want to touch on the golf course real quick, Richard?
Yeah, sure. Richard Singer from National Golf Foundation, and we just did a quick review, a brief review of your Buffalo Run golf course, and I think that there's a lot of things to be proud of there. There's a lot of positives, but they are dealing with some basic challenges. Three primary challenges at Buffalo Run, I think, is two of them are not really under your control, is water quality and soil quality, which is leading to some problems in the quality of golf that you have out at Buffalo Run. The third problem is a drainage problem, which I think could be correctable, but it's very expensive. And I know you've gone through a lot of that the last couple of years. You put a lot of money into it, and the improvements have been noticed by the golfers who play there. And they told us that in the surveys that we did. So there's a lot of interest in seeing that to continue. I think our recommendations for Buffalo Run going forward really are stem around the idea of just trying to be more welcoming and inclusive and to try to bring more people into that. We know there's a lot of interest in golf among your residents, but they don't really know where to go or what to do. And beginner programs, youth programs, I know that you're planning a new clubhouse development there. I think some of the practice amenities that you do along with that, a new putting green, expanding the driving range, adding some golf entertainment, things to make it more welcoming and to bring more people to the property who maybe aren't serious golfers. And then the last piece is just, really just go with what you have. I mean, it's a challenge property, as I mentioned, with water and soil, but that also makes it more of a links style golf course that has appeal to golfers. It's hard and firm and fast, has a lot of tall grasses, big bunkers, and I think you could market that and really try to bring people in. And this is a unique property. As you look at the kind of the sub-market here in Commerce City of the broader Denver metro, this is a unique golf property that you have at Buffalo Run, and one that I think you could market and really do more to bring more people in. So you've got an opportunity to bring in more serious golfers, to use it more and to pay more to use it. And also an opportunity to bring in beginners and less skilled players with some programming and some organizational changes there.
Great, thank you. And the idea of more non-golf programs, I think you mentioned that, but I think the idea of expanding it to a broader audience, and especially even in the south part of the city, where people might want to be interested in and learn to golf things. Key opportunities, I'm just going to cover these quickly. Alternative transportation, we've talked about that. More senior and active space. We know that there's a temporary kind of expansion happening at Bison Ridge, and the idea of looking at that as permanent and more space, and especially the northern part of the city. Definitely a need as the staff grow for more office and maintenance space. Additional technology, all of that's changing on a daily basis, as we all know, but making sure that there's appropriate funding for that so that staff have what they need to work. And then this idea of increasing youth and older adult programs. And so these are some of the ideas of after school, potentially enhanced programming at Bison Ridge. Okay. Definitely a need for additional marketing communications and making it easy for people to see all the wonderful things that you have and being able to find that. And so there were some, there'll be some recommendations in there about some potential, I will say, really good work on the marketing on getting this process out there. And we're seeing improvements already, but it's always a focus. Additional land. And so as it continues to grow, as that growth happens, I know that you as decision makers are looking at always, are there enough parcels? And there will need to be an additional parcel up in that north east side as the growth moves that way. Potential new recreation center space as the population increases again. And so that, and then also this idea of how do we blend the historic and wonderful qualities from the southern, you know, the cultural aspects of the south part of the city with the north part of the city, so it doesn't feel like two separate areas. And so one of the areas we see here is just programs and events of different types offered around that will help people understand that they can go anywhere within Commerce City and what they want is available. The growing need to address environmental challenges, so making sure that that's part of everything that you're looking at, and the role that you already play in stormwater management and carbon sequestration and those types of things. Okay. Last part, I talked about cultural special events. You know, continued partnering with the Arsenal. You've got this incredible natural space, but people want to get to it. They're not exactly sure how to get onto it, and maybe collaborative programming to make for that, to meet that nature center's piece. Wi-Fi connectivity, everybody wants it everywhere. So we used to kind of be a little reticent. Oh, I want to get away with it. It's everywhere now, so just embrace it and put that in everything. This unified vision. In terms of programming, especially for ball fields, we recommend this continuing to try and enhance this Kroenke partnerships because you've got this wonderful amenity here. It's probably not being utilized as well as everybody envisioned it could be. So that's there. And then a lot of exciting stuff happening with redevelopment for urban renewal, the RTD stations and that type of thing, making sure that this department is part of every single one of those conversations. Okay. I know I went really fast and there's so much more here that I'd love to share with you. But we did provide this, and everybody received this in your packet. What I thought we would do for the next half hour, number one, answer any questions or thoughts that you have. Before we dive into this, I just want to go to the next slide real quick and tell you, kind of cover the next steps, and then we'll come back to this, the actual ideas, if that's okay. So we're basically doing findings and visioning right now. Planning Commission is going to be, we're meeting March 5th. I didn't get the date to put on there. And then the draft plan presentation, April 8th and 9th. I'm just making sure those didn't change. Final plan presentation. Oh, of course, they want to restart. That would happen every council meeting. You always need that. The final presentation coming back to you on May 13th. And then staff will present for the final adoption in June.
Estimated dates that we're looking at, but yeah, we're right around those estimated dates.
Okay, good. Yeah, good. So that's just the next steps. And then what I'd like to do is really spend time talking through these sections, if that's okay with you, and answer any question. Or really the big question from us is, are we missing anything? Is there anything in these key ideas? Obviously, there's always levels of detail, but are there anything really that you go, no, you completely missed the boat on something like that? So any questions? You had a question that was earlier.
Just going back to that slide, key idea, you mentioned soccer fields, but was that intentional, or because we have a growing lacrosse and we have football, but
we call them multi-purpose turf fields, and they can be used and programmed for whichever sport uses a multi-turf rectangular field. Right now, you've got a lot of opportunity to partner with Cronky on those fields availability. And so what they're programmed for, I know that's always a challenge, should it be lacrosse, should it be?
Well, no, I just, that specific slide said soccer. So I don't know if that was that
I think
intentional.
soccer was the number one need that we heard, but lacrosse is always a smaller number, but a need. So it's probably didn't make the slide, but it's not being ignored.
We would always look at, if we build a
Yeah.
field, we're always
Yeah.
gonna look at it from a multi-purpose, always.
Yes.
Yeah, well, Tim,
I think, don't they play lacrosse at Stampede Park? Aren't there teams at Stampede Park? Lacrosse teams?
I believe so, yes.
I think we do have, yeah, I think it's
That's a
Bison,
public park.
I think it's Bison lacrosse, it's over there.
Yes.
Yes.
When you had, first of all, can I just say that I know from having been involved with you at least 2 times, if not more, and with the presentation that you gave, that I'm really impressed with you and the team as consultants on this kind of project. We have had some, in my opinion, disappointing experiences. And I really appreciate the extra effort that you've made to actually reach out to the public and have them drive this conversation too. You've done a lot of that and I really appreciate it. On top priorities and survey, on those 2 slides,
Okay.
were they in the order of popularity?
Go back to that slide. So what we did was we pulled out, we have so many.
Not that one.
No, go back.
Is it back
Survey.
one?
It's back.
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't have numbers. Yeah,
Because we
here.
have a whole bunch of graphs that are in order. These are in the top 4, top 8 on the slides, correct? Yes, as we pulled those out, we originally in this presentation, we had a bunch of slides that were showing you the numbers for these, and those are available too if you'd like to see them. But these are just pulled out just for brevity.
On walkability distance, in my experience through the senior commission, there is theoretically recreation is close, but it's difficult to navigate because the sidewalks are not in good condition.
Well, and if we go back to the one right before this, these purple lines are all the barriers that if I'm a senior or if I'm a youth, my mom is probably not gonna let me drive across these things, right? And so, and if I'm a senior, the lights are often, there's not sidewalks, they're hard to get across. So we've got barriers all over the place here. And a lot of places, even where we're not showing a specific barrier, the sidewalks are not great. And so if I'm a kid trying to walk somewhere or a senior, especially if I'm mobility impaired, it's very difficult to get around.
And I have just 2 other quick things. I was totally struck by the 501,000 at Bison Ridge in a single year
Mhm.
versus 229,000 at Eagle Point. There has been such demand at Bison Ridge. It's so crowded that it really does seem to be a priority, and it's across ages, even seniors are demanding more space and more places to get together. So I think that's really important.
So one of the things we look at, even in capacity analysis of X population per capita, the growth is all happening on the north side and is really being pinched here. So within the, it might be time to start looking at, okay, in the next 5 to 10 years, you're going to have to identify another site or another center on that north side. It doesn't mean about continuing to do all the wonderful things you're doing in the south part, but that's where the growth is happening, and this is going to continue to impact.
That's huge. And finally, on capitalizing on the golf course, I thought that was really interesting, and the fact its uniqueness in the Denver region. I'm from a golf family. We lived on a golf course, so I understand this all really well. But I am concerned a bit about the fact that we just spent beaucoup bucks on that golf course doing drainage, and you indicated that we actually need to do drainage. So what has gone wrong?
I might reframe that a little bit if that's okay. I think I know
Okay.
He's behind you. Oh, there's.
He's right
I know you can address this. It's not saying, the recommendation is not to do a bunch more drainage. It's just recognizing that drainage is a challenge, correct?
Well, it's
Yeah.
recognizing that the
Yeah.
projects that you've done have worked, and there's a lot of positive feedback in our surveys about what you've done. I think what we're saying is you gotta finish the job. There's still more to do. There are still some places on the golf course where drainage has not been addressed, and that you probably do need to address it. And it's unfortunate that it's very expensive. But I think that it's coming back to you in terms of the feedback that we're getting. And if you complete the job with the unique property that you have, and really, you know, going all in with the links idea, I think there's real opportunity to improve the economics of it and try to recoup at least some of that investment, maybe not all.
We've done a ton of drainage improvements on the golf course, and that just finished late into the season of summer. So it's still repairing, and you'll see that on a lot of holes that are still being under repair on the fairways. But we're starting to see the benefits of that, and we still have a couple of holes to finish up.
What would marketing look like that would be different than what we do?
Well, I think in 2023, 2024, the predominance of marketing for golf courses is all online in the internet. And it's how you present yourself on your website and how you get found when people do searches for specific types of facilities. And I think that, you know, you're currently partnering with Golf Now and the NBC Sports app and all of that, and getting it on smartphone apps and making sure that golfers who are looking for places to play, that they see Buffalo Run and the uniqueness of it, and that pops up into their feed. That kind of thing is a big part of what the marketing is ultimately going to be about.
Yeah, and I might add to that. I know we talked about just the idea of marketing entry-level entry-level programs for people who may not think of themselves as a golfer. So really expanding in the market of people, whether it's a first tee program or making it accessible for everybody. I mean, it's fun to go out and just hit balls or learn how to do things like that. And so things that may be considered ancillary, but yet will continue to grow the market for people who may not think that they're currently supposed to be using the golf course.
Yeah, the community survey definitely bore that out.
Yeah.
The people are interested in participating there, but like I said before, they don't really know how to do it and what to do.
That's Mayor Dukes.
Just a clarifying question. Are those unique visits or are they duplicated?
These are unique visits through the mobility data.
Well, that's right.
in the
And
last 12
understand
months.
that's drop-in, that programs.
Yes.
Yeah, it's every time somebody's cell phone walks through the door, it's captured.
That's Mayor.
And just so you know, sometimes the public goes, oh, they're tracking me. This is all aggregated data. We have no idea who it is, but they're tracking, you know, it's all our cell phone companies. They know where we are all the time. Okay, other questions?
Quick question. Thank you. On slide or page 4, where it has the map and it has all the for parks, does that include pocket parks? Because that's kind of the challenge within the north is that, yeah, it's not just the bathrooms, but it's just a plot of land and they're calling it. a park.
Yeah, so it includes every single parcel that's owned and managed by the city. We also looked at the partners. There's a lot of partners, especially in the north part of town. So those alternative providers are included, but they're included differently. So they're weighted less because they're not managed by the city. And so the answer is yes, the pocket parks are in there. And looking at, well, how they have a lower value because they're open. If it's a pocket park, typically there's not as many components on it. So we're looking at that component basis of what's available to me. Can I go to a playground or a ball field or a
Can we
whatever
use it as
reason.
community gardens?
Community gardens is a component, yeah. And so that's when we recommended community gardens. That would be one of those things that could be considered for that, as long as the parcel's big enough.
What about wildlife reserves and wildlife corridors? Are those about?
There's not, well, you've got the refuge right in the middle of the city. So that one of the things about the connections that we talked about, if you're put in enhance the connections, that will enhance, wildlife use that too. They just use it at night when we're sleeping. And so the idea of enhancing those corridors as a safe place to get without traffic, that will enhance the wildlife corridors. In terms of preserves, we didn't identify, and correct me if I'm wrong, we didn't identify another necessarily location for that, although I would say that as you grow northeast, that might be another consideration.
Possibly, yes.
Yeah.
And then you need the open space of Sand Creek, First Creek, Second Creek.
We just have so many migrations that come through in this space that maybe we can use that federal funding or something to kind of enrich it
Yeah.
too.
And it could help with the connections too, because like I talked, when you put in green connections, a regional trail connection that has some green around it, and allow the trees to have a corridor, that automatically enhances the environmental aspects and the migration patterns. Yeah.
Thank you.
I was gonna add to that, as the city is growing to the north and the city's requiring a certain amount of land for parks, 10 acres or so, are smaller, there should be an opportunity as we grow to have neighborhood recreation centers. You don't have to be big. You can
Right.
provide like an outdoor pool or even a basketball court, a full-size basketball court, so that you can have neighborhood, some of the Denver, as Denver groups, so they're having these big centers, they just had neighborhood rec centers. And that way, within that area, people can walk to that area, and then you'd have competition in those areas, because the whole thing when it comes to our sports is practice facilities.
Right.
We don't have enough, we rely on the school district to help us out. And we have opportunities, we should look at that. So, I didn't see anything about teen centers. We have a great, our aging teens, you know, because we do good with the small kids and with seniors. But those kids in the middle are the ones who get trapped and
It's,
get in trouble.
I've been working with teens and youth, and we went to the youth commission, and teen centers, parents love teen centers, and we often talk about we need to place a teen center. Reality is most teen centers don't work very well unless you have an incredibly vibrant champion who's doing programming there. There's, one of the things is having all spaces are available to people to gather. So if you think of it in terms of a gathering space that would be appropriate for a teen generation or technology. The other area there for the teens that could use some, we talked about cultural, partnering with the libraries would be really great, or with the schools, because you've got some opportunities. And they came to the table and said, hey, you know, could there be more things offered that are places for people to go after school and hang out in a sanctioned space? And it's not, if you call it a teen center, there's a whole segment of the teens that won't go because their job is to go on their own, right? You know, that's what we're trying to do as a teenager. So we've kind of in our field gone away from designated teen spaces per se and calling it that, even though when we're designing spaces, thinking about how are we going to attract all age groups? And is this going to be, if I am 17 years old, 16 years old, and I'm out of school, where can I hang out? And that when I talked about the term of positive activation, it's a kind of a programming thing. Can you do basketball leagues? Can you do dances? Can you partner with the libraries for technology and virtual sports and all of the fun things? The other part, when we talked about adventure and extreme, you know, adventure activities, that's really hot. So the idea with, if I'm a teenager, can I go climbing? Can I, is there a bus that will take me out to Bar Lake to go kayaking? Is there, you know, that kind of thing for those age groups? So we're seeing more of a focus that way rather than, at least in our industry, rather than designated teen centers, which were so hot in the 80s. I mean, everything we built had a teen center. Most of the time they sat vacant.
Okay, and then also, as far as Bison Rec Center being popular, you're supposed to integrate a rock climbing wall in there later on, and I
Great.
don't know if that's on your list. Hybrid outdoor rinks, that's pretty popular too, for ice skating. and
Yeah.
roller rink.
Yeah, and we've seen some communities, especially in Colorado, where you put in an outdoor inline rink and that's converted to ice in the winter. You know, our weather is so variable right now. The challenges that we're having with that from a management standpoint is when is it inline, especially here in Colorado, you guys know, we get the 60-degree days and then we get what we've just had for last week. So it's like it's a maintenance challenge, but there is still popularity. They didn't come up, they're on the list, but they didn't come in the top
Okay.
ones that we put
And the
here.
last one that's seen on the list was outdoor bikes, as far as like people travel from here to go to Golden or Longmont for those tracks.
Mhm.
And we have a couple of areas here in
Yeah.
Commerce City where we could have that outdoor mountain bike type of
Yeah.
field tracks and everything, because it's really popular. We're talking, it's a major attraction for being competitive.
Mhm.
So.
Do you have a particular parcel that you're thinking of, yes, I agree with you. And we're looking at that, it's like, okay, where could those be located within as you do park renovations, especially as you go up to the north, you got more hilly areas. Those are very popular for bikes and that type of thing. So that might be a consideration on a larger parcel.
There's one on the corner right there at 96.
You may go more.
See 96.
Mhm.
96.
And I would kind
Tower.
of put that under that theme of looking at adventure and what, we call it extreme. It's not really extreme anymore, but the idea of outdoor recreation type of events here, there's a need everywhere, and there's not a whole lot of that right now in Commerce City. You kind of have to go out of the city. So even if it's themed within the parcels, that might be a really
Yeah,
popular.
and then we have 133 acres between Bison Ridge and Tower. And the last thing about the golf course is, the biggest thing that we need to do in the golf course is gonna have to shut down nine of the holes and let them take this course as far as drainage, the weeds, all that. And just, if we can just deal with that just one season, probably we'll really have a really nice golf golf course, because it just gets beat up. You guys are doing great work out there, but just to give it time to breathe and everything else. Because people just don't follow those rules you guys have. And you guys have great places to rope them off. People just, yeah.
Good, we'll take those into account as we start writing the recommendations, and I think that piece of, yeah, noted, okay. Any other, did you have any, in terms of these preliminary considerations, these are really kind of the basis in our minds, the things that are going to be written into recommendations, and they'll be prioritized or not prioritized. Is there anything, any of these you look at and go, oh, no way in the world, we're not doing that? Or is there anything here that you go, there's something missing under that section? Have we hit it? Are we hearing it?
One thing that this also helps with is prioritizing. So we've had a lot of ideas floating around out there for a long time. The city council budgeted for shade areas, shade structures 3 years ago. And those haven't ever come online.
Right.
And that came out of the comprehensive plan. When we were having those conversations, people said they would be on the trails and it would be too hot. There'd be no shade, the entire Arsenal perimeter. Oh my goodness, I don't know how many miles that is.
Over and over.
And if that had shade, I can just imagine the amount of people who would use that trail.
Yeah, the enhancements around the Arsenal are a really big opportunity. And as we look at the guideline, we talk about guidelines for development of redevelopment and development of parcels, having that be kind of, it's just part of what has to be in there, is looking at that. So some of these things are not necessarily new spaces, or, yes, but every time you're looking at every time staff is looking at a park, every time you're reviewing a park, let's go, does it have shade? Does it have septet design for safety? Does it have appropriate lighting? So that they're almost like a checklist, so that every time you're looking at something for consideration, making sure that those elements are part of it.
And Mayor Pro Tem Noble, just for a quick update on that, the shade structures have been ordered. It's amazing what COVID has done to back orders. They were on a 8 to 10 month back order. We should have them here Q1, Q2, and we'll get them initially installed along 96 there and Highway 2. We're waiting on Second Creek just because that Metro wastewater pipeline's going through there. If we were to install them, they would have just ripped them out for that pipeline. So once that all gets back and taken care of, we'll then get them in Second Creek as well.
That's great. And I do know, having done this for a little while now, is that government works far more slowly than I might at home.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
About 20 miles around the entire perimeter.
I would believe it. I mean, what?
2020, I end up running the entire perimeter.
I bet you do.
I have a quick question. I agree with the idea, because there was like that in Denver, community centers where it's not called a teen center, literally a room with a kitchen, like that kind of thing, or a bath.
It can be programmed, or it could be a time for,
Yeah, is there any, and of course, you have to deal zoning and parking, industrial spaces in the north are in spaces that can be used already as facilities like that?
One of the recommendations, and you might see that on the list, was to look at evaluating in all other spaces for partnered spaces, because knowing that building a second recreation, especially in the north, building a second center is going to take a lot of capital dollars, looking for available spaces, and even in the south. So industrial, there's a lot of opportunity with industrial potential co-use, or as you're looking at redevelopment opportunities. I know we had great conversations. Yes.
And we've actually already started looking into that with some of the vacant industrial space that we do have both in the Core City and the Northern Range. And we've had some willing participants about it. They have their own capital investors that they have to report to. Whether or not that would gain any traction, but it is something that we have heard through this process, and we had actually begun unilaterally at the same time when this had started. So it's definitely something I'm interested in.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry, one more thing that just popped in my head. One thing I think we have to be careful of in terms of funding and budgeting for these projects is that a lot of the recreation spaces have come on the backs of the residents in Northeast Commerce City in terms of their Metro District fees. So there are no spaces, if you will, other than the ones that they pay for from their own neighborhoods. The largest park is paid for by the residents who live in that area, for example. So, that this will be hard to navigate, but Ward 4 has only one public park. And it's pretty dinky, one baseball field and a playground. So, and the rest of them are all private.
You could also look at that.
Oh, Oasis is coming.
And Second Creek Farm's not too far behind it.
Pardon me?
And Second Creek Farm's not too far behind Oasis.
That's right.
Well, thank you all for your time. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate that. All right.
Oop. They're ready.
Okay, the second presentation is for 27J. High school for alternative sites, and Jim Tolbert is going to do the presentation.
They're coming.
Oh,
In just a second. Let me try and stay out of the way.
Need the pack room. Keeps moving and it messes me up and I have to like fold the chair up in.
That area over there is where we present from, so. Great.
okay. Oh, you have one, let's leave it that way. Sure.
Yes.
Be too tight on that side.
Okay.
They need an easel.
Stuff to get
So
around.
y'all already,
Yeah.
you're participating here with you.
Yeah.
I'll hold it over here too, so you guys have these.
Work. Seats over here.
If you guys are ready, you're up.
Okay, y'all ready?
Ready.
Are you gonna start?
I am gonna start.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't need to introduce Dr. Fiedler to y'all, but we've been working with his team for months on this. And they're ready to come and make a presentation to you. And with that, I'll get out of the way and let him open this.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everybody. Thanks for the time tonight. We've got a large group with us here. I want to introduce that project team real quickly. We have Ben Dahlman, who is our bond director for 27J Schools, Adele Wilson with HCM Architects, Christine Poppy, the back there, Cassie Slade, who did our traffic study. There's Cassie. Rob Coffin, who will serve as project manager for high school number 4, Chief Operations Officer Terry Lucero. Been around a long time. I was quizzing him on, when did you build the first school in Commerce City? And the answer to that question was Timothy Elementary in 2001. Yeah, so over 25 years of building schools here in Commerce City. I'm gonna turn over to Terry in just a minute, but what we really need on the council tonight is 2 things. You'll hear this more than once. We need that school site conveyed to us. There's a 48-acre site there that we've already gone forward at risk in terms of planning to build that school, invested in the traffic study. You all wouldn't plan to build a house on a lot you didn't own. So it's imperative that we have that 48 acres conveyed to the school district so we can get busy building. And then I think, where'd you go? Jason? I think we have a plan on Landmark Drive.
We do, it is in the packet.
I think we're there. Okay, all right. So I'm gonna turn that over to Terry, and he'll lead us through the presentation.
So you have to have one of your team just kind of flick through the keyboard.
Go ahead. Come on, go ahead.
I'll run it for you.
All right, thank you.
I'm not talking for you.
Next slide.
How do I go? Next slide. Maybe.
This would be,
There we go. That's right. Thank you.
Go ahead. So, it's a pretty aggressive schedule for us. It's kind of dark. But, we have an anticipated opening date of August of 27th. We're in progress, right? What's really important is that we're in the ground by January of 2025 working, right? So we have a year to complete the planning process, to get all the decisions that need to be made and incorporate all those decisions into our planning so we can open in 2027. We're facing about a 10% inflation in construction costs right now. The cost for this building is $126 million is what we budgeted. So every year that we delay opening that costs us $12 million, right? So timing is critically important. The bond question anticipated $126 million. We recognize, because we are behind already in schedule for what we thought we were gonna open that school. And we've come up with a way that we could augment that with another $12 million. So we believe that budget now is at $138 million, but it's a pretty aggressive schedule. Every year costs us time. Schools are a little different. We only open one time a year, right? You can't be 3 months late. You can't be 4 months late. You can't be 6 months late. In August, kids need to go there, if that makes any sense. So anyway, if you want to go next slide. This is our site down here, 48.6 acres of the site we've been planning on. On the south end, you see 96th Avenue. This was the proposed alignment for Landmark. Reunion, these are the backside of the home from 98th Avenue. So that's 48.6 acres. Any question about that site or where we're talking about? Want to make sure we're all clear about that. So I want to give a little history because there's some lessons that I've learned and hopefully we can share. Go ahead. So this land was included in the PUD's document that was approved and recorded in December of 2002. Okay, so who here was around in 2002?
John Ford.
So this area was really undeveloped out there, and we learned some lessons about this. So typically, anyway, a lot of things have changed since 2002, including what the expectations of high schools are, right? So if you could go to that next slide and this just shows what the PUD plan is. Let's go to that next slide. Side comparisons. So Brighton High School, which was built back in 1952, was built on 25 acres, right? I can tell you what our issues are at Brighton High School. We have parking in every neighborhood for about 4 blocks around it. Traffic is really, really tough. The only reason this high school really works for it is it's immediately adjacent to Beacon Middle School. So we can practice the other levels of baseball, track, football, those kind of things. Back in those days, you had a varsity team, and if you were lucky, you had a JV team. The way high schools function right now, you have competing levels all the way from a freshman squad, a sophomore squad, and then junior varsity and varsity in all of the sports, right? So anyway, we knew that was too small. At Prairie View High School was built on 48 acres. And actually that opened in 2006. It's got about 1,800 kids in it. If you remember a few years ago, we had some parking issues out there and we had kids that were parking all over the neighborhood. We put in some temporary parking that's still there. Once again, the reason that this works is there's some access to these fields at Prairie View Middle School. So 48 acres is really challenging for a high school. If you want to go to the next slide. So then you go to Riverdale Ridge, and that was opened in 2018. That's on 62 acres, right? All the space that you need,
plenty of parking, plenty of facilities. Don't ask the athletic director, they'll always want an extra field or two, right? So that's Riverdale Ridge, 62 acres. So when this thing was thought about and agreed to in 2002, we had no idea what high schools were gonna look like 20 years down the road, right? So the lesson is, when we make those agreements 20 years ago, things change over the course of 20 years, right? So anyway, want to give a little bit more history. I don't know if it's so actually we wanted to build on this site in 2008. I was young and just started doing that. We hired an architect. They went out there and they did a concept plan. We brought it to talk to Commerce City and they said, we don't own that site. We don't know when we're gonna own that site. And you better be looking for another site because it's not gonna happen. And this was in 2008. We immediately started looking for another parcel. In fact, we have the plans for that in 2008. And that became Riverdale Ridge High School. We went out and purchased land in Thornton. High School 3 became Riverdale Ridge. In 2018, preparing for a bond, we once again met with Commerce City staff and said, is that site ready, right? Because we wanted to start designing back in 2018. And they said, we're not exactly sure when this thing is going to be dedicated. Okay, so that's 2018. We reached out and started working with Oakwood Homes, having conversations about a direct dedication to the school district, and the city's land use plan requires that it gets dedicated to the city, subdivided, and then goes to the school district, okay? We sent a formal dedication request in February of 2022, asking for this site. Commerce City did not take ownership to the site till April of 2023. Okay, so from 2002 to 23, that site just sat out there, remained not with the developer, but with the owners of the land. The Full and Widers own that land. I can tell you that Jim sent me an email that day and said, we finally got the deed. And that afternoon, we came in and talked with city staff about our plans for this site. So anyway, just really wanted to give some history. The reason I talk about 2002 is if neighbors start becoming concerned and say, why was this site being built there? Typically, we build high schools quite a ways and let people build around them. In 2002, this was not in a neighborhood, right? It was out in the middle of nowhere. This is the only option we have for this, for a high school site. We have no other option but this site. So I want to be clear about that. As Chris said, and I'm going to turn it over to the architect to talk some of our plans. Really two things. How do we get this land dedicated to us, right? When is that going to happen? We're willing to go at risk. I think I told the council that once Commerce City had the property, we were willing to go at risk. We weren't quite as willing to go at risk until Commerce City had their hands on it. So we need to get that site subdivided and dedicated to us. And then there's been multiple conversations around Landmark, what Landmark ought to look like, the opportunities that looking different at Landmark would give us where there might be the opportunity for some joint uses on that, what is that, the west side of where Landmark may or may not go. Right, we're identifying funds for additional fields. We've been meeting with Commerce City staff about joint use agreements, what that might look like. 48.6 is really challenging for a high school, right? So anyway, I want to turn over to the architect, talk a little bit about the plan. We have the traffic engineer, and then we'll answer any questions. Adele.
Okay.
Oh, excuse me, let me ask,
Yes.
let's Ben to speak for a couple of minutes. It's actually his baby, so go ahead, Ben.
You're welcome, yeah. It's not necessarily my baby, but definitely an important project for us. And this is that site. Again, it's one parcel of land, just to reiterate some of the things that Terry talked about. And since 2002, there was a high school site on that land. And so what we've been doing is coming up with some concepts of what a high school might look like on this particular parcel of land here on that eastern side of this much bigger parcel that was completely dedicated to Commerce City, if that makes some sense. And so we hired an architect to come help us with this site plan, with these concept designs, and we've come up with several different options. One of them is the proposed plan you've seen, but we also have several other options that we've considered over time, and we might go back and show you what some of those might look like here today. But we have Adele show where some school amenities might be placed.
Yeah. The next one, Bill? Yeah, and, yeah, we can use either one, but, so really, we've been working with the school district to look at how the high school site can fit, right, on the 48 acres, right? And, obviously that, you know, Riverdale Ridge has additional fields.
You can use the screen, it's.
Yeah, we can use the screen, this one, yeah, you bet. We can use the screen. So that's what we've kind of done here, is we've kind of shown what will fit on the 48 acres and how that can work. We're showing kind of an entrance and kind of drop off loop. We've worked a lot with the traffic engineer to really have really good stacking on the site. And then we've shown some access points on Reunion Parkway. And just, again, these are kind of the minimum fields that the high school would need. Again, the school would like to have more fields, but this would satisfy at least opening the school and getting started. So any other comments you want to add to that, or just kind of open
Just
it up?
that critical element is that access off of 96th Avenue to manage that. There are two plans and we are fully on board with shifting Landmark and having it align to Reunion. We understand, we're perfectly comfortable with that. We have plans that show that. But in order for us to continue our planning at the absolute minimum, we have to know what we're doing on that south end.
Right.
So we'd like to open up the conversation for you folks to have going forward about Landmark. I believe staff at some point will engage you in that conversation. And but we're quite a ways down the road in terms of what that school would look like, laying it out the pods. The one thing that I didn't say is it will have CTE programming that's comparable to what we have at our other high schools, Brighton High School, Prairie View High School, and Riverdale Ridge. It will not have a CTE center. Okay, it will be integrated into the building, much like Brighton High School is. When you build a CTE center, you end up with extra entries, you end up with extra lobby areas, you end up with extra commons, restrooms, and those kind of things. So it's really a more integrated model, and where we're going to be putting the CTE program within the existing building, right? So we're actually quite a ways going down that road and deciding that. Anyway, that's our plan now, and maybe we ought to take just a second and talk about our plan a little bit, the elements of the plan, and then we can talk about traffic. Questions?
Where's option B?
Well,
You can put it on front of the screen.
we don't have an option B here anymore. That was more of an eliminated plan. One of the things that we wanted to do is see what different kinds of designs could be. So we thought, what if we took the whole entire parcel and cut it half horizontally instead of vertically to see what would fit if it was there, depending on how open Commerce City would be about adjusting the site. So we took a look at various different plans that we felt didn't really work well for the school district's purposes. And so several options were eliminated for those reasons. And we like to have a lot of our amenities close together. We like to have a corner, and we didn't like to have all of our infrastructure spread out so far along a horizontal line. So to answer your question, we did look at several different options, and that's why you see A, B, C. We even got up to
Right.
D at sometimes, and
Yeah.
C1A or whatever, when the architects would say, what if we did this? And these were the options that we felt were the most viable options to present, that we felt would serve our students' needs.
Yeah, and I'll just, if I can, real quickly, from a PRG standpoint, when we're talking the community park, how that interacts with these sites. For us, option A really works the best rather than having Landmark come all the way through. The big things for us, like with option A, is the accessibility to get to the park, and the accessibility is much greater with this option one, just having the parking where we can get residents to the park a lot easier. And as well, if you have Landmark go through, one of the things that we're concerned about, right, is accessibility and getting pedestrians over to that community's park safely. We'd have to ensure that we get some traffic calming along Landmark to be able to do that. Certainly when you don't have a street that goes through, we can get we can get our residents over to the community park a lot safer. And it just feels like it flows a lot better for our programs and for our residents coming to use the future park at that site.
And conceptually, we came out with this, we like this, this is something we've been talking about for a long time. Then there seemed to be some interest, or there could be interest in seeing Landmark go all the way through, and we wanted to show what that looks like. I can tell you what, kids will be in that park, right? And they're gonna wanna get to that school, and they're gonna take the shortest route possible to get there, and you'll have that experience that we have on 120th Avenue over there. Kids call it frogging, right? They're running across that, and we've all seen near misses. We'd like to avoid that. We showed the C1 option, if you take that down, because it preserved all of the options. Swinging it around to meet Reunion is still a possibility, but we absolutely need that south access area down on that south side.
Right, so we could do this option and look at that connection too, in terms of the layout of our side of the site. So
One other thing I think is important to note from a city aspect as well with these sites, we have 3 identified parks, community parks in the Northern Ridge. That's First Creek, that's right next to the dog park off 104th, and Potomac, I believe. Is that right, Tracy, where that First Creek sits?
Peoria.
No.
Yeah, maybe it's Peoria. It's like 104th and Peoria, Jordan, or something like Joplin, maybe. The second site is Second Creek next to Bison Ridge. So the First Creek site, really, right, it's it's away from the community. It's kind of out over in the corner. The Second Creek site, which is nice next to Bison Ridge, great site, but a ton of wetlands. So we're not gonna be able to develop a whole lot there that we're gonna call the recreation. There's gonna be a lot of passive. And then we have this site, which we call Buckley. Through the PRG master plan, one of the things that we're seeing, which we talked about, is a site for special events, right? So this could be an opportunity site for the city to eventually build this community park and be for bigger special events that we could have in the city. And another great thing with that is through our IGA with the school district, not only can we use this for special events, but we could have spillover and use the stadium also for special events. So something to think about as well when we talk about this entire site. And it's going to be surrounded by houses, so a great site to have special events for the community.
2 questions. What was the feedback from the community meeting that you had? I haven't heard anything about that.
Yeah, I'll speak to that. A couple of things that we noted, we did have a community meeting at South Lawn Elementary, which is a school we just opened 2 years ago. And there are a bunch of neighbors on this section that did not prefer option A, but there were a lot of people in our community meeting that did prefer option A, where Landmark bent around here to keep this area less, to have less traffic come through near the school and park site. So we did get conflicting feedback, like we do oftentimes in public planning, is you'll have some groups of people that prefer one option over another. And those are the 2 major points of feedback that we considered in both of these 2 options that we've presented today with option A and this option C1. And so they saw a couple different things. We also wanted to make note too that your transportation master plan does have Landmark coming all the way through. And a concern that we have for the timing that Terry is talking about, if we're gonna be shovels in the ground by April of 2025, we really need to get through a process. If we bend Landmark, which we initially really like that option, we would need to get through a transportation master plan amendment potentially really quickly as a part of any subdivision process. So and ask for a change in what you see here compared to our option A, we would want to make sure that timing is on our side. And
I have a second
that's an
question.
ask I could make.
Second question about traffic, if you will, which is the underpass. I don't see where the underpass is planned.
We just heard about the underpass a couple weeks ago, but we are aware of it because we have been talking with Commerce City staff and know where it's going to be.
Showing it there on the plan. So it's gonna go from the southwest corner to the northwest corner.
Okay, so at Reunion Parkway and Telluride then.
Reunion and 96.
Telluride's on the
Oh, no,
Telluride
sorry.
on the other
Yeah,
side.
sorry. Yeah, you're right. Telluride's on the other side. Yeah, so that's their plan. And so far, that's what they've shown. It will pop out right here on the edge of the parking lot.
Mr. Manager?
So thank you for that, Mayor. They were talking generally about process and regardless of landmark swings to touch Reunion Parkway at 98th. Obviously, what would be required is an amendment to the PUD. That amendment to the PUD can run concurrently with any subdivision planning process, so it doesn't interfere with their ability to be able to do what they would like on the 46.8 acres or 48 acres that you see under C1. We also have, for your awareness, in our land development code, given that they are a governmental entity, an exemption from our platting process, which allows for transfer of land. If we have a legal description to be associated with that special warranty deed, a direct commence. So it wouldn't have to go through the regulatory process as what we find with other platting applications for lots. There are obviously pros and cons to that. Special warranty deed is a very direct process, it is a very efficient process, it is very technical exercise. Subdivision platting process is one that is obviously a transparent process with respect to the community being aware of where a development, a subdivision stands throughout and moving forward through that process. So once again, pros and cons, if you're looking at the expediency versus transparency and public engagement, continued public engagement. Shifting, like I said, landmark, if that is a desire by council, you've heard staff. I support staff's recommendation of connecting landmark into Reunion Parkway on a number of different aspects, given with what we've seen with other north-south roadways that have bisected certain properties that have created pedestrian vehicular conflicts. And we have a traffic study that's been verified by our staff that supports that aspect with being able to reduce those type of conflicts. That process in of itself would still be a public engaged process because it is a PUD process that would have to come before city council. So obviously the community in and around, but also at large has an ability to still provide their feedback as it relates to that change. But at the end of the day, those processes wouldn't conflict with their ability to move forward with being able to get the high school site open in 2027.
Mr. Mayor, for clarity, we strongly are in favor of option A. We don't want, again, as Terry mentioned or Ben mentioned, current use calls for landmark to run north-south down to 96th, I believe. We think that's a bad idea for safety. It restricts the convenience of use. We're strongly in favor of option A, I believe. That'll run that through. But as Jason mentioned, there are some things that need to happen to change that. But that's our preferred plan. Makes the most sense to the school district. We feel good about that. I'm looking at my team to make sure that we're there once.
Yeah,
Right.
and I was also gonna say with either plan, even if that process, like Jason was saying, if the process is still running concurrent, either way, what we absolutely need, regardless of plan, is we do need to extend landmark at least this far to get into our parking lot.
Yeah.
Right, and so either way, we'll have at least this piece that does not then preclude, so if we end up going with this piece, this site, let's say, we would just need that eventually, right? And so there is a way that either way, we do need that piece. And the benefit of this one, for us is that the biggest congestion, right, can be at one point. It can stay on, anything exiting, all the queuing is on site. We can also, because 96 is being rebuilt and widened right now, we can already be provided, have our auxiliary lanes in and out along 96 to again, keep most of the school traffic in the site and have less conflict in the other rest.
And option A, I'm looking for Jeff to confirm. Option A would actually have landmark designed as a private drive aisle. So there's greater flexibility on site as opposed to it being treated as a true future right of way like what you would have with Landmark Drive, where we'd be looking at a full build out condition of 2 lanes north, 2 lanes south. Whether or not that's median bifurcated, you then start to have, once again, those different kind of roadway conditions that don't necessarily allow for that queuing and maintaining the pickup and drop off on site as efficiently.
And just to what Ben was speaking to, we're updating the TMP this year. So that logistically, that process can be expedited. So I'm not too concerned about when bringing up early.
Councilmember Dukes.
From a budget standpoint, the 138 does not at this point include those parks, but looks now, those parcels that are west of Landmark. We believe we can get there through some other sources, but the 138 is really to talk for everything that we're building on this project. There was one other piece that we were looking for tonight is if we have a true partner in developing this school, and we know this is what you want, and you're on board with the concept, process really becomes easier, right? When councils don't support those processes, don't support the project, the processes become more difficult, right? So if there's enthusiasm about getting this project done, it's aggressive, but it can happen.
You say the partner being the city?
Exactly.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Can you leave up option A? I would recommend keeping it up there if that's what is preferred
The only
option.
thing I would say is that it may be a modification of just this plan and moving the road, right? Because it gets to that issue of where fields are, but
Yeah,
either way.
that makes sense. I guess my question, so first, couple comments. One is, it's a great opportunity to talk about opening this school. As we know, in our Colorado environment, we have neighboring districts that are closing. I think Jeffco closed 16 schools, DPS closed 20. So we're in a positive position to even talk about having new schools. Can someone from 27J talk, not about the traffic on Landmark, but can you talk about the benefits of having this for school safety? Because I don't want to assume, it looks like 2 entry points is going to be a good point for school safety in general, right? Is that correct?
Yeah, no, definitely. I don't like, well, I tag team Doug for it first.
Well, again, I think 96 obviously, and then, again, we've been showing two access points off of Reunion. The more you can get on a high school, obviously the better in terms
Oh,
of
I'm
traffic.
sorry, not traffic specifically, school
just
safety
safety.
inside the school, active school shooting, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Oh,
The way it looks like with Landmark curving across the top.
You have more direct, like more access, to your point, the access then goes this way, right? And then this way. In this case, almost all the students have to go to Landmark. And so there is a bit more flexibility here and ability to disperse the threat, hopefully, with this access than it is this one.
So that option A is a better model for safety?
I mean, I can't speak directly to that. I would think so only because of how we are directed to Landmark and then how we're directed to 96.
So
On the other one, it's almost, we're in a neighborhood, we're just Reunion and just.
When we talk about school safety and we're trying to make some changes, the best school safety plans have every single student entering one entrance.
Yes.
One entrance, right? What we like to see is staff greeting every student every morning, right? You can look them in the eyes. We've talked about weapons detection systems. We've talked about all those things. There are challenges when there are multiple entries and people can enter the building through other entries. Now, that requires a lot of work and a lot of staff participating and students participating. But we would love every student every person, staff, visitor, student, to come through one door, right? We know where they're at. You have to provide egress from various places for fire, but for school safety, the best plan is they have one main entrance.
and it looks like option A aligns more to that, correct? Is that what I'm hearing?
I'd say, no matter what, that we're planning on this single entry that Terry is talking about on the south side facing 96. So that's our plan.
And I'm sorry, it'll look similar to Riverdale Ridge, right? You've got student access coming in from the south. You've got bus drop off and staff from the north,
Yes, so
correct?
there'll be bus drop off. So like Terry said, in the morning, there will probably be staff here letting the students that are bus dropped off by bus, right? But in terms of everyday visitors, it's really on this south entrance.
And I would like to know, just for the awareness of council, just so they have an idea of what we're looking at, when we talked about this entire parcel being give or take about 90 acres. And on this option C, the school being built on the 48 acres, the city does own a parcel of land up here that could be part of the community park that's about 20 acres. That's also a drainage area, so more than likely it's gonna be passive recreation if we can do anything at all. There's also some heavy slopes in there that we would have to kind of contend with. When we talk about this option, I just want council to be aware on this option, the school is being built on 10 acres of the community park. So it's taken 10 acres away from the community park. So just be aware of that. They're also showing on this one, stormwater detention at about, I'm guessing 3 to 5 acres on the community park as well. So I would think this site would need to be redesigned a little bit to help with the community park. So I just wanted council to be aware of that for consideration.
With the park in that close proximity, a perimeter fence would likely be required around the building, and what we call outside the fence would be some of those other recreational amenities with large gates. We talked about that. In the event of a community event, you open these large gates, they get from the park into, they want to have a walkathon at the football field, use the gymnasium. What we can tell you is high schools really become the cultural centers of neighborhoods. They just absolutely become the cultural centers of neighborhoods.
And just for context, that would, if we have 40 acres here, if this went away, that's about 10. That gives this park about 30 acres. For reference, Pioneer Park is about 35 acres. So we would be talking about jamming in some amenities into that community park, just for context of something that's similar.
Okay, I had noticed that, by the way. I was gonna ask about that, because on option C1, it showed shadows of amenities. And it looked, and there are no shadows on option A. It means it's already planned for. Were you planning in option C to use more of the land as well?
Well, again, we had sort of proceeded with developing the 48 acres that the high
I was
school.
talking about the west side of Landmark.
The timing for that.
Was there-
The timing for that has not been established. We have to work out the joint use agreements.
Yes.
We have to understand the ownership or lease agreement of those spaces. We kind of put that question on the back burner until we knew what was happening with the school, right? So we don't know what the plan is for that, for those other,
Right.
those amenities over there.
But Mr. Lucero, there are 3 baseball fields
That's correct.
on option A. And you don't know whether that's available either, is that correct?
That is currently on Commerce City's property.
Yes.
Right.
We
Okay,
have
so
not-
that's all the same, it's the same. They're the same.
So on the east side is what can be built with the money and what's the minimum that needs to be in for the high school to function.
So this is what we would proceed with, and then we could work together on.
And on option A, you already have it planned for.
Well, we considered that in our planning process. So some of these things are conceptual in nature to speak to what we need when. And so when we were thinking about option A, we were contemplating if we had more space that were available for us through joint use agreements, we could certainly add some of those amenities in a different way and perhaps in a different time. But it's not established for sure until we actually know what our site actually is that could be dedicated, what could possibly be shared, and where Landmark goes. And that's really what we're trying to understand.
This is what I'm trying to figure out. If it's using Landmark, then curbing Landmark, why is there more required than there would be if Landmark runs north-south?
Oh, no, actually.
That's an excellent question. And I think what we did is, what would it take is if we were limited to only our 48.6 acres with Landmark being a constraint, what could we fit on that 48.6 acres? And that's what we wanted to show what we could do. There's other things that could be possible if there were more land. And I think we also wanted to demonstrate that. And A shows that more than C does. This was if we're restricted by time, as far as a PUD amendment process, if we're restricted by these other constraints, which it sounds like we may not be, we wanted to come up with an option that we could build quickly in our time frame that we need to do to open up schools. And that was option C1.
And on
I just
48
wanted it to be.
And on only the 48.
I just wanted to be completely clear to the city council what we were talking about here, in full transparency, what was being talked about. So let me ask about Stead School. Does Stead School have its senior year open now?
Next year.
Next year.
Next year, its senior year will be open. Okay, and when was that school opened?
3 years ago.
Pardon me?
They're in their third year.
They're in their third year, so that would be 2021. There is timing in all of this and how difficult it was for you to get the land transferred, and yet another high school got built by a charter company in the meantime, which seems, I mean, it's very disappointing at some of the decisions that might have been made along the line that had nothing to do with you. I'm not saying they had anything to do with you, but the same owners of the same property are making decisions that affected when this school could get started and be available as a public school to all students. I think, obviously our residents have been looking for a high school in Commerce City in the Northeast area. If my constituents in East Point are going to have heart failure having a high school across the street from them and blocking the lovely view that they've had for a few years. But that's what happens when you buy across the street from a field. It's an unfortunate aspect of it. I'm glad there will be an underpass. I hope that area to the west will be very available to the public, and there won't be and using facilities can be open for residents. We were talking about this earlier. You were out of the room, so you didn't hear it. But this northeast area, Ward 4, has a very tiny public park. That's the only park in Ward 4. Everybody else has nice big parks, but this park has a little tiny one. So, and a metro district owns the biggest park, Reunion Park. So having access for the community will be very, very important. And I think what I've heard before is that the community can use facilities in the evening, on the weekends when kids aren't, and then on holidays when kids aren't. Is that the rule?
So
Or is it?
high schools really use all of their facilities all of the time. But so I'm talking about for participation, right? Summers, of course, there's more availability. Special events we'd always be looking for. But high schools use every field they have, every gym they have, every day of the week, all of the time. I mean, that's just the way high schools work, right? If there was a special event, we ask the high school to coordinate with the municipalities. That's the joint use agreement that we're talking about. So there's a multi-purpose field in there that would have a ton of availability in there. Parking becomes a community amenity for everybody. One of the things we talked about in the joint use meetings is these baseball fields are built to high school standards, right? So little leaguers the base paths are different, the distance from the mound to the home plate is a little different. These are designed for high school activities, right? So I want to be perfectly clear about that. We're open to all of the time that we can give you, but high schools are very challenging in the amount of time they use their buildings.
Are you asking for 48.6 acres or are you asking for 58.6 acres?
So I am ecstatic about the enthusiasm, right? We came in asking for the 48.6 because we didn't know that option A was going to be how it was going to be received by
That
this
doesn't
group.
mean that you get the other 10. I'm just asking, what are you asking?
So we, in order to meet our deadlines, we have to get the 48.6 dedicated to us and move along. If we're gonna do more than that, we have to talk about what that looks like. What, is that a lease? Is that a purchase? Is that a timing? The joint use, all of those kinds of things, right? But what we need to open for school in August of 27 is that 48.6.
Okay, Chad, where is the curve on that property on the other, on the west side of Landmark? Where does it begin to fall? That is you know, the terrain, no, the terrain
Oh, has it all
falls
the way?
towards Second Creek.
And Tracy, if you could help me, but I think it's pretty much right where this line is. It's gonna fall, and then this, as you falls towards Second Creek, there's a significant fall off pretty much, probably right where the Landmark Drive is and comes down. So we're gonna have to do some significant site work and dirt moving to get that community park ready.
And you said that the wetlands at Bison Ridge are a problem because like people want more, we just heard this earlier, people want more tennis courts. They want an outdoor, you know, paddle tennis situation. So this would be a logical place to put it.
Site to do it.
So giving up 10 acres for the high school might not be the best idea if we need to have a place to put amenities for all of our residents.
Absolutely correct.
All right, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I may, I want to disagree with Terry. Those fields at the high school are used extensively Monday through Saturday and August through May. So we see a lot of youth use, and sometimes they're high school kids, but sometimes they're younger students. Sundays, and then I think about baseball programming, you know, the high school's season runs in the spring, and there's all kinds of summer programming that occurs on those high school fields, June, July, and early part of August. And then Shasta prohibits practices and games on Sundays. So you see a lot of youth sports that get into the stadiums and use those on Sundays. Which I don't want the council to be under the impression. I just heard Terry say we can never be on those fields. And that's not even much of a selling point, but.
I just don't want to overpromise.
No, I know you don't want to overpromise, but the door didn't almost feel open, so I wanted to crack it a little bit.
Councilmember Ford?
Yeah, just looking at it, one of my biggest concerns with schools in the past has been inadequate parking. I mean, we end up with cars in a lot of the schools. We end up with cars throughout the neighborhood, really frustrating to our neighbors and folks that are trying to be able to park in front of their own homes. Tonight, we actually, in our legislative, we talked about the state's looking at lifting the limits on how many people can live in a house. Again, affecting parking. I can't think of the schools in Turnberry. It was Turnberry Elementary. Was really having Turnberry. Turnberry in the beginning really had a huge impact on parking. And I mean, we were being beat up pretty bad about it. The one thing I noticed about this plan is that you add significantly more parking in the option A than what you have in the C1. That soccer field's gone. The baseball fields are shifted over, and it looks like there's much more parking available in the option A, which I like because I worry about high school kids. We had it even at the old Adams City High School kids parking in neighborhoods. So I want to make sure if we work out, and I think we should work out a means to share amenities and benefit the school and the kids that go to the school, but as well as our residents. But to get into something like that, I need to make sure we have adequate parking so that we're not going to be taking away from residents, giving an extra or agreeing to share an extra 10 acres and not, and then also impacting them in their residential neighborhoods. So I want to make sure we're protecting the residents from the parking perspective, which I see. Hopefully that is enough parking. I don't know what the parking standards are and what it should be and what you're dealing with at Prairie View, at Riverdale Ridge.
We've got some numbers for you.
Yeah, lots of numbers.
Good, because I drove past Riverdale Ridge the other day. My grandson goes to Quist. Noticed they're right across the street from each other. And that facility is unbelievable. I hadn't been by it yet, and I was really impressed with the facility. So that's a big thing to me. And when it comes to parks and amenities in the south, I would ask the staff, to my recollection, the first park that we had that was not a detention pond was Pioneer Park. And I don't know if we have any others in the south that are not detention ponds.
I think most of them are detention ponds.
And so that would be like saying, you know, let's utilize that sloped area. It's a passive use. Well, so is all the parks in the south, except for Pioneer Park, because that was a big deal, was to finally have a park that wasn't flooded out all spring and have to be rebuilt every year. So I understand Councilwoman Noble's concern about lack of parks, but when it comes to parks that are actually parks, we have Pioneer Park, and we don't, the others are detention ponds. So building our parks in the northern area, I want to build parks but not detention ponds that look like parks. You know, so I understand where she's coming from, but I do believe we're starved for flat surface, large parks throughout our community, not just in the north. So right now, I'm leaning more towards concept A, but I want to make sure that our residents get a shared amenity and we have a good working relationship with 27J on being able to utilize all of that space. Proper.
Definitely.
Want to run parking numbers real quick?
Going on parking numbers? Okay.
Thank you.
So, this,
Should we go with option A?
we should go with option. So option C, we were estimating we could fit about 700. Option A was 750-ish, somewhere.
Yeah.
Same, but 755. Either way, so I looked up the national standards, and so Institute of Transportation Engineers, they have a manual that's for parking, and it says, okay, let's get all this data from different places. And it's usually the national standard to look at trips and parking. With that, on the opening day, we're hoping for 1350 students. We will need, our demand will be 432, will be the most we'll need, for parking. But then when we're at a full capacity, and I use 2,000 just as a conservative number, we're at 640 of the need. And so we still should have, extra spaces according to the national data and looking at what's needed. Riverdale has 685 parking spaces. And which one are you?
Prairie View was 712 with the newly expanded CTE center that had some additional parking spaces in it. So it would be in line with what Prairie View would have.
Well, and you know,
Right is our struggle.
the reason I bring all of this up is because with Adams City High School, it was built, there was parking there. Everybody thought, oh, it's great. Then it ended up being, when you do permit parking in neighborhoods whose houses get impacted, and it turned into a real problem. And so if we're gonna do this, and you guys wanna do it right and have all the amenities you need, I need to make sure that we're not having students parking in neighbors' front yards and limiting access to people's homes. And so that is a huge balance to me, to make sure that we have absolutely enough parking. And then I guess a follow-up question would be, where is the intended parking for the park?
So both options are different. Again, these are both all conceptual. So we were just trying to see if we got more space, if we more so squished, I guess, this might be how we flow. So the park would be here.
We're not planning the park.
And we're not planning the park.
No, I know you're not planning the park. I was just wondering.
Yeah.
I saw the gray spot on there and I saw the gray spot up there.
Yeah, and one of the things with this concept right here that we looked at is if this is just the future community park that they have on this one, to get to this end of the park is a really long walk. So we would want to look at something that comes off here and parking over here as well. It just, those are things that we could work on, and we've actually just have hired a consultant to help with that, but.
And the nice thing is that with the park and doing a combined agreement with the school district, there will be plenty of parking for park type activities, weekends and evenings and things of that nature. But I still want to make sure that we have plenty ample space for the school and the park so that we're not impacting residents in the neighborhoods surrounding the school site.
Okay, Councilmember Dukes.
Just a comment or maybe a question too. This model, so option A, I like option A as well. And this isn't a new concept in terms of the model, right? I think about, was it Cherry Creek Public Schools, Oakland High School, Utah Park, and then Legacy High School, there's a park next door as well. Is that kind of the same model you're thinking about, where it's community friendly?
Columbine and yeah,
A Clement Park or Columbine, right?
exactly.
And the residents are still able, I think about Utah, for example, residents are able to go in, there's a softball field on one side where the Overland High School plays there, right? But then the residents are there with the swimming and there's a pool and everything, right? So it's the same concept, right?
There won't be a pool.
No big pool, but residents use it as much as the school uses it, right? And it's a community gathering space, right?
In
These
the
different
park area and the school whenever it's not being used for school activities.
And I would say, if I may, Mayor, this is a 50-year decision, right? So the more we can work together as partners to deliver the best quality product for the citizens of Commerce City is in everyone's best interest. But also bear in mind, 25 years from now, someone will question the decisions you make, because that's how it works. They weren't in the room to have the context at the time. But we like option A. We want to be a good partner to you, provide the best experience for the citizens of Commerce City and our students in 27J. This is an opportunity here that we work together as partners. I think we can get a home run and make everybody happy, but there'll be concessions on both sides in terms of how we make this work. So our team brought in, Mayor Pro Tem, your question, if we have 48 acres, this is what we build. That's C1. That's what you see there. In our urgency to hit a date to open the fall of 27 to meet our needs to educate kids. It feels like there's goodwill in the room. We'd like to talk about a larger space to create truly a centerpiece for that portion of Commerce City that isn't tied to it. Be careful, isn't tied to a developer, right? This is a public partnership between the school district and the city to deliver a home run for the citizens of Commerce City.
My intention is to deliver a home run also, so we're completely on the same page here, okay? However, my issue goes back to the same place we were. If we hadn't just had the Parks, Recreation and Golf presentation before you arrived, it might have altered my thinking some. But fact of the matter is, we don't have anywhere to put the amenities that residents are so desperately looking for as well. I certainly know the problem of parking, gosh knows, simply around Landmark Academy, for example, has been a big issue. I know that can be a problem, but I also know that people will park wherever they think it's easiest and most convenient for them, and they will most definitely park on side streets, even if there's parking spaces available for them. They don't like driving into parking lots and getting caught up in some sort of loop, unfortunately. But I just want to make certain from our staff's point of view, so understand, I respect what you all have figured out. I want to hear from our staff specifically where you would put the stuff that the consultants talked about earlier in the evening. Is this one of the locations? If it's not one of the locations, then fine. But if this is a place for our parks and recreation to also be that fit into things that they're looking for, then I would like to know that too.
Yes. And I'll start off. I'll say this. Yes, this is a location of a much larger network. And I know that we have Barry Dunn here, and I'd like them to weigh in as well, because they've been listening to conversation and we've gotten them involved leading into this meeting. So they may have some additional context that can help stabilize some of your thinking, ma'am. I think the provisions of that joint use kind of meets to some of the things that we heard from Barry Dunn about the multi-purpose fields, about the soccer fields, practice fields, soccer, and the stadium uses that we currently don't have the funding or the ability to deliver it and to develop, particularly even on our land. So having that even flow into the high school site gives us some benefit. But Barry Dunn, I'd love to hear from you as well on some of that. Thank you.
Sure. Hi, I'm Teresa Pembroke. I'm the project manager for the Parks, Recreation, Golf Master Plan. We just did a presentation just prior to this, and the draft plan will be coming here in the next couple months. I guess from my standpoint, I actually want to turn it over to Bill here, because he's actually a landscape architect who's working on the capital pieces. We've been sitting here whispering, watching all this, and you're much more familiar with the site than I am. So what?
So we identified the multi-use fields. We identified community gathering areas, pickleball courts, tennis courts, which I see here. Trail connectivity to Second Creek and the neighborhoods.
Where are the tennis courts?
So I don't know if that can be shared, but we talked about pickleballs for the community. A community park would have an extensive playground for, multiple ages. you'd have picnic facilities. So, that would just all need to be laid out to determine the spacing and what fits on the site. I think that's one of the next steps that Parks.
So I think that's one of the next steps, so is that the amenities on this site are still unknown, right? Like, we've got to work through that. And certainly having some of the amenities come with the high school helps us as and such with the tennis courts, which we would have an IGA to help with that, so the residents can come and use the tennis court. So those are some of the benefits that we would certainly see from that, but the amenities would still be unknown, but it would be the like of what we
Right,
put on
as
there.
we have a recommendation already identified for enhanced collaborations with park school sites, and this is a growing trend. So the whole concept, I'm sitting here going, yes, this is exactly what we recommend. That I would say that the detail going forward, personally, I don't like to see parks chopped up with roads if we can help that, and I understand challenges in parking and all of that. So I would say, going conceptually, our plan supports this idea. And then with the next phase would determine there's a lot of components that could be located here at the same time, not, there's a lot of things that need space. And then even looking with the sloping land, the passive areas, there's potential there for disc golf course, there's potential for. Yeah, so the amphitheater, we've got a variety of components that may be appropriate for the site. And I would say let's hold on that conversation, but in concept, our plan supports this.
So are you saying yes to the extra 10 acres?
Well, me, I always like to keep the parkland, but at the same time, I think there's a shared use piece here that needs to be further discussed. And so it would almost be in concept, you need the original park acres or the school acres to go forward. And I would say that little gray area, the joint use facilities that could be co-located there, I think that deserves further discussion as to what those could actually be.
Okay, to kind of wrap things up, because we're getting close to 8 o'clock, just kind of go around to council members. Option A or C1. And I'll get with you, city manager.
I just have a question for the council, because obviously we've heard about some level of urgency about at least the 48 acres that they need. We have two processes that we can avail. It's the standard subdivision plat, goes through the process. Obviously, that there will be some level of community engagement, public notification, things along that such. Or there is the exemption under the land development code for governmental entities like school districts and water authorities and the things of the such, in which a special warranty deed can be issued from the city to the school district for the transfer of that land. And that is as seamless as going through the legal description and the necessary exemptions and conditions that may be tied to those exceptions within the special warranty deed for that conveyance. So we need direction from council, given what you've heard from the school district, on how for us to proceed, because that then outlines a timeline for them related to constructing the school.
So with that, start with you, council member Teeter.
I just soon let everybody else make a decision. This is out of my area. And I'm just listening, and I'll make a decision after everybody else makes a decision. It's
okay, but
as far as you're up north and
as far as concept goes, you want it to be want it to go the short route as far as turning the property over to school district, or you want to go through the process of along the process?
It don't matter to me. Whatever works the best for the school district and the city.
That's what you go.
I'll be honest, I like option A with the collaborative efforts of an amphitheater and potentially maybe another community center or community gardens, that type of thing that can integrate more of the community with it. I know that, doesn't that prolong the timeline? Well, that's why I don't.
Option A doesn't prolong, once again, it's a parallel path. So what would prolong potentially would be the subdivision plat process, because that technically takes somewhere between 6 to 8 months. Once again, that's looking at the worst case scenario, 6 to 8 months. A special warranty deed is really the development of the deed language, working with our city attorney's office, and the legal description that will be prepared by their surveyor connected to that. And then working through the execution of that, which could be 1 to 3 months on the outside, 1 to 3 months, 3 months on the outside.
So it's like option A.
So you want
But
the
you want the-
48.6 acres to move through now?
Yes.
Yes. Okay,
You want
that's
the
what she
1
said.
month process or the 6 to 8 month process? Or 1 to 3?
Why would we choose longer?
Yeah, I was gonna be like, it
Just put it out
feels
there.
like we'll delay
I just put
and
it out.
cost more money, so no.
I'd rather have the short.
Yeah.
So maybe
Was it 12
the,
million you mentioned?
That's not it.
so maybe to help us dispel some things, one of the things about the collaborative process, and we can engage and get through the public engagement. We are planning on hiring, correct me if I'm wrong, Jeff, a designer to start looking at how certain things could be laid out under option A. And we can engage the community, talking through what that looks like. So that way we can also still communicate to them about how the transfer of land is moving forward towards that discussion. It's more just about, once again, the urgency and expediency of being in response to the school district of, do we go through the special warranty process or the special warranty deed process versus our planning process? And the warranty deed helps them stay on their identified timeline. I think that identified timeline is due to what you also have in your bond package, correct?
So I would suggest then the 48.6 acres with Landmark running on the northern end over to Reunion Parkway. And then the extra acres would be a separate conversation. That doesn't mean no, it just means it's a separate conversation, just to make sure that everyone's accommodated.
That's my news.
Yeah, I would go to option A, and as far as the process, anything that's the recommendation from our team or staff and in the school district to make sure it goes as fast as possible. I'm a big believer in our schools are a reflection of our community, and so as we develop a community park with the school, it's gonna be a great community center and opportunity for the community.
That's very important.
Yeah, I think we should take advantage of doing the warranty deed, fast tracking the situation to allow the school district ample time. I just think that's a part of being a good partner. And I absolutely like option A better. Without option A, I think we're gonna miss out if we don't come to some kind of an agreement and partner with the school district on this site. We lose the opportunities of those shared amenities, and for the city to duplicate those amenities would be kind of crazy. We need tennis courts and open active fields as well. So to be a good partner, fast track it and do option A.
Councilmember Kim?
One question I have is between option C1 and A, regarding the high school itself, does the lot size change? Does the property size change? Between whether it's option C1 for the 48.6 acres taken versus the option A?
I think that's a really important distinction. So, because again, this, even on this option A, there's still kind of this line of the 48 acres. And so I think that we'll develop the 48 acres with as much parking, and we really believe we can get close to that 700 parking spaces number. And then if there's, again, if Reunion or if Landmark then turns this way, there's opportunities to talk about fields and those things. But kind of to answer your questions, we'll get the parking on that 48.6 acres as much as we can.
So am I hearing that the high school acreage, the high school property size does not change, it still remains the same?
You're talking about the footprint
You
of the
mean the
building?
Footprint of the building,
The
yes,
footprint of the building will remain the same.
will remain the same.
That's correct.
That's what my question was.
That's correct.
Okay,
Okay.
sorry, I didn't understand your question.
I think more so, I'm in agreement with Councilmember Dukes and what also Councilmember Ford said too, is option A does seem like it's a better option. So as long as that we are a accountable, transparent, and a great partner between both the city and 27J. Just looking at Landmark Drive and option C1 going north and south itself, some just bugs me about that personally, but to not allow, to not have basically traffic breaking up between, can you move that poster board out, please?
Absolutely.
To not have traffic breaking between one side of the park to the other, right, from the school over, would be, in my opinion, the best safety, it would provide the best safety measures in that aspect for people who want to, go from one area to another versus having to cross a road and what's there. But I would also, I do understand that the underpass is gonna be off Marine Parkway 96, that area there too, but I don't know if that's, in my opinion, enough to have just one versus maybe having another one further west, but just, again, my opinion on it.
Hey, Councilmember Teeter?
I like Plan A. Looks the best to me.
And I like Plan A also, but we also need parking in the north. So to have what Chad said on that road that comes down, maybe a split that connects that top portion, have additional parking.
On the field area.
And again, we're not planning any of that, so
Right.
that would really be.
No, I understand,
Yeah.
but it's good to see this, and then the fact that you guys are working together.
Mhm.
And if, by that time, if we, as far as funding goes, we could build something and have a contract at the same time, it's gonna save us money as well.
Yeah.
So we may have something come to fruition sooner than later because of cost.
Yeah.
So I go with A, and like I said, these are just concepts. We're gonna be talking to the community, so just to get things in, but as far as getting the ball rolling, I'd rather go with the short deed warranty situation.
And one last question, Mayor, this is actually for Sarah. If I'm not mistaken, a special warranty deed in this aspect would require to go back before council? Or would it be at the administrative level?
Yeah, any deed would have to go to, any land conveyance would have to go to council.
So that also helps to kind of give a little bit of daylight when we get through that special warranty deed, being able to get it on the next available agenda. It still is highlighting the transfer of land, but once again, it's a much more truncated process.
I'm sorry, I have a really quick question. I know we talked a lot about parking, but is there any public transportation spaces in that space there? Just in case not all the students will drive or just different things, is there any type of locations for public transportation that's?
Other than busing. So the school district does provide
Okay.
busing to students, so there would be a school district provided busing system. I'm not aware of what RTD has on 96. You might know that in your transportation.
Yeah, they don't.
I'm not even, I don't think they
There's
have
not.
96, but it took us a while, but we have a bus stop, I think, for RTD on 120 in Prairie.
And 104th has a RTD bus stop.
Just,
We should look
yeah, I
at
mean, just being mindful. Okay.
So, and Terry, do you wanna?
Thank you, sorry.
Maybe we should try to clarify. We're gonna proceed with design of our 48.6. We're gonna continue to work with Commerce City on, again, we need to develop this much of landmark. in order-
You can do that in your permit, development
Right.
permit, PUD permit, because that's just part of that.
Right, okay. So again, really the big thing I'm hearing is to really continue to talk about this change. We'll proceed with the development of our 48.6 and continue the conversation about joint use design development. Is that how you would say it?
That's what I heard in this one other piece of, I heard an expedited process.
Yes.
Yes,
Expedited
yes. So
process.
we're gonna be walking out with you, outlining the expedited process to start tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah,
Could you just, next time anybody does anything, can you bring one that looks like what we talked about? Rather than a part of C1 and a part of A, can we have one that looks like what?
Well, and
what
again,
we
that's
have
why I'm
agreed
trying to
to?
clarify. We're gonna proceed with our 48.6 design and we'll continue to work with you on what happens over here. So this will need to be something we do together. And so, I think that is, we'll have to decide who draws it and who shows it, but we're gonna proceed with this design on our 48.6. knowing we're gonna work with you on.
But I'm
Thank you.
hearing the option A components added to that,
There
right?
was change in.
Like a
the-
permanent looking road as
Yeah,
opposed to a
exactly.
red
Yes,
transparent.
yeah, well, no, this is your sanitary easement,
Yeah.
so we have to stay away from that. Yes.
Okay, that's where we're doing.
Yeah, I
Wrap it up.
just agree. I agree with Councilmember Noah. It's as easy maybe shading on this option A. If you look how it's shaded here, just shade in the future development. and
Yes.
We're gonna partner. So I
But
think that
again,
works.
I think we want you to tell us what you want to show, like, we don't want to dictate
No,
that,
yeah, we
right?
understand that, but we just, when we look at it all together,
You want to see,
we would love to see it all kind
Oh,
of compile, and it could be as easy as just shading
yes.
all on one page. Is that, I
Yes.
agree with Councilman Noah.
Okay, thank you guys for your time.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Alleviated some.
See you.
You guys wanna, break her? Break?
Thank you for your time.
Have a good one.
Take a bathroom break?
Yeah. A quick one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
I don't know.
Oh, yeah, I'm just gonna.
Oh, yeah.
Hey.
I'm annoyed because
How are you?
What's
What's the next one?
Anyway.
Cities.
Really?
Yeah, mine's $2 million.
Thanks, Sarah.
Good.
How are you?
Really? I see us. I was getting really sick. Nonstop. I thought for sure. I was getting.
I took a test.
I don't even test. Unless I was going to like a super vulnerable, population.
Right. Felt bad.
Or if I really felt bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like I couldn't function. But the flu's always gonna come down in snow.
I think it's a shot though.
I had every year, but
It just helps. But the timing times, mid six, that's about it. Build up a minute.
we got the flu once. So I still.
Well, we got one shot. Which was, no, my second one. The last 47 years.
You only have one flu shot?
This guy's, you gotta leave to 60. They got ring.
Well, they bring it to the city, so I just go and get it. And, I had a year where all my kids had a flu shot except for the oldest son, 14-year-old. He got the flu thing.
Really?
No one else got it.
Okay.
So.
Well, I've been taking them. I haven't said I, no.
I mean, they're not like great matches. It's only
Yeah.
like, it helps like, I don't know, sometimes it's a 10% match, sometimes it's a 20% match. Whatever.
Right.
Anyhow. all right.
Hi, my name's Catherine Rose. I'm at CCF, but Ms. Longer better. She reviewed me
Oh, yes.
about a while ago.
Yeah.
So I'm just here, check it out for the conversation.
Appreciate it.
I'm Wanda Lyle. I'm at CCF. So she's gonna be like, just wanted to say hi.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, usually, yeah, study sessions are. But council is so across the way. Hopefully. Two states.
Oh, yeah, I was talking to
Yeah, so makes life easier. And then we have, we'll still have contracts. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Good, Craig?
Oh, yeah.
Car out there.
Thanks.
Nice. Watching that car reminded me of Saturday morning cartoons.
What's that?
I said, seeing your car reminded me of Saturday morning cartoons.
I did too I kept looking, you know, we're putting together some. Got it all together, just don't know for sure what Jason. So as soon as he either lets me know what his thinking or kind of actually share, take those over to me. But it's important numbers, so it's only been 2 weeks. And obviously your friends can say whatever you want. So I can send them to you and let me talk to Jason, see how close he is.
Sure.
And then, because I wanted to always time that if you look at it and go, oh, what about, if you want something added. So, maybe before kind of talk to
So it has to come. So I have to be.
I didn't send out an exact agenda to everyone on what's happening, so.
And then I'll come in.
We're obviously redoing
Or is delayed.
I don't know if you guys did it
Our
when you were at
meeting
council before.
at 1:30. I have
Well,
to
we
turn
had-
around, let the dogs out of the
Sorry.
crate.
And
And then.
No, I was just gonna say, so the last time, like every city gets to
So
kind
that's-
of do whatever they want.
The meeting.
So,
Exactly.
we're kind of approaching it. with
And
the-
I'll have
we're
one
gonna
at
let them
7:30, so
know
it'll
kind of
be.
what, an hour and a half to experience as well, and stuff, right? Some of our.
Well, we're trying to do a
Stuff
round.
going on, things along that.
Yeah,
line.
you're available right after, right? Because then we were.
Like you were gonna
deal with the tracks and stuff. Yeah.
To share yet, and what happens on that conversation, and then so I just want him to.
Yeah,
stay there or just leave it that before I.
They might want to turn it over to programming later.
So we can write there and there.
So we might just go.
Some jurisdictions have done, okay, there's a round table, let's talk about things. Yeah, I don't know if we have any topics that you.
Maybe I have to get a little thingy. Yes, one second, second thing.
Vice Supervisor. One of those buffalo places.
No, I got it. It was just awesome. We have restaurants.
Yes. No, there's probably gonna be the dark people.
And then.
45 minutes.
I have,
So you'll have a.
Are you going back to DC?
yeah,
So
I was gonna go, I was gonna get a file my voice for a little bit,
Pretty much just go around.
come hang out with me.
No, and that's how some of them, like I said, some of them.
No, they won't, they'll do this with me, honestly, they don't.
And I know some, depending on, oh yeah, that's whatever the topic, and then several jurisdictions just do it. Hey, this is us, here's what we're up to, and here's how we're here. And then, and I know, so everybody else can go around the room and talk about Zach Robbins. So Nevada, Westminster, Northland, Brighton, Adams County. Even if it doesn't, it's my fault. But I just came. So there's gonna be a separate. So they're not going to line them aside, kind of, they have a big time, if you wanted to.
It felt real stupid.
Bring your water, ask specific. You know, so. It's just. I have to get it.
I just.
So, so we'll get those talks to you, in the morning, right? Jason has a
minutes ago. It's the afternoon. I had.
Let you know we're on it.
We'll get you something.
You're very welcome.
Sorry. No worries. I don't know what time in the morning to get done until you're right. I already in the back of the chamber. We'll get them to you. Or you should drop them. I don't know. I'll.
No, I can put it up as my name.
They're like this. Yeah. My other favorite. So, yeah, so I'll bring them over. They have everyone. Yeah. Oh, Councilmember Douglas is here, right? Okay, I'll take her back upstairs, but yes, we do have this.
I just sit here.
Yeah.
There's a big my name.
Make sure
So, I just don't want you to get, I guess that I'll ask them, so I don't have to figure out what to do with them.
Look, it's my kids, like,
Yeah. You do something sign worthy.
And we're, we've already reordered all that stuff.
Everything.
Oh, okay.
I think the reason that I'm
Sending this.
No.
Just for the moment.
No, you're fine.
How's your new puppy?
Oh, man.
Rowdy.
That little
Did you get his shots yet?
Yeah, I just.
You got shots.
So, which you bring him?
I can bring this.
So,
Yeah.
when are you gonna bring him in?
I gotta see, Emily's traveling this week,
No, it's a whole.
so I got all the kids, I gotta navigate. I'm not gonna lie, he doesn't necessarily sleep in his crate, he sleeps on my chest at night.
My husband did that until I
You're
couldn't do it.
done now.
Oh, yeah.
Will he forever be that size?
Signed up for road. Still haven't been approved.
Oh, tomorrow's the.
You know, yeah.
This.
Dog sitting.
Oh, yeah.
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 Charles, Charles is,
4:30, 5:30. I'll be there with Shannon Francis from Spirits.
Sarah, if you need me again, here's my number.
Yeah, but
That'll be like the first thing.
I know you
last
are.
Friday. No, and they're like, oh, we
I know
can
you
have some
are.
indigenous.
I signed up, I still haven't been approved.
Unless
Like,
I'm-
did they find something like that?
So I'll tell you how it goes.
I can't even watch dogs.
It's
Like, for
Sarah,
real?
Sarah Geiger. Oh, no, nope, not gonna happen.
Well, over
You
Thanksgiving,
can watch it.
oh my God, let's train some lady.
Yeah, someone
She
said.
told me about So I walked in, not only were they four, but then there was like cat. I was like, this woman's taking like 2,000.
Yeah, Georgia.
Really? Wow. I was in there and a lot of complaints about billboards. One-on-one or whatever.
Yeah.
But there is, like, that's why, like, let me go and see what I
People would go on.
So.
How this Oh, there's not, literally. Trying to help fix it.
So one night, there was a response from somebody in Oklahoma City to Ben. It ended up being the wrong city, but he ended up using what that person said.
No, it happened. When I was there, you don't have
Versus how to charge like. I just scrolled up, I was like.
Honestly, just at the. That's a good thing.
All right,
Yeah.
next item, third item, presentation Paradise Island Lake. I invite Chad Redney to the front to discuss that, please.
All right, well, good evening again. I am back this time doing a presentation on Paradise Island and giving an update on where we are with the leaks. So just want to give you guys a brief overview timeline. I know there's a lot going on in this slide, so I'll give you a little high level of how this all started and where we're at currently. So the first sign that we had of water loss at Paradise Island was summer of 2021. That was really noticed we noticed our fill line was on continuously on the Lazy River. And we did some tests as well to find where the leaks were in there. So in June of 21, we hired a contractor to identify the leak via camera detection. That contractor found the leak and did a repair. A test was done just to make sure that the leak was fully repaired, and it was found that we still had a leak. So we ended up isolating the line to prevent water loss that we had. After that, and that summer was over in 21, we dug down in a couple spots. And unfortunately, the contractor could not find or locate the leak. At that time, we let that contractor go, and we hired a new contractor who was Patriot Pools. We hired them in early 2022. And at that time, we performed a more accurate test with the gas pressure testing instead of doing a leak. The gas pressure can really just kind of detect where the leaks are coming from. A leak was found in the pipe. However, it was determined at that time that the repair was too large to do before summer of 2022. So we decided to wait until after summer was over to perform that repair. So through summer of 2022, again, the lines were isolated to prevent water loss. So we weren't losing any water through the ground. At the end of summer 2022, the contractor dug down, we repaired the leak. But at that time, they found additional line issues when we opened up the earth and found some additional pipes that were leaking. So at that time, we started to look and said we have a larger issue here. So we got a game plan together to repair what was seen. So in January 23, PRG staff obtained estimates from Patriot Pools, who's our current contractor, based off the identified leaks that we had found from the testing results, which was the gas results. That was then turned into a 2024 CIP process. So during January 23, we went through and turned in CIP for 2024 CIP budget process to request $1.3 million, which was to fix the leaks that was identified through the gas leaks. When we opened up summer of 2023, and just to clarify there, those repairs would have been done in 24 when the CIP came into place. So starting in 2023, when we opened, we had everything blocked off at that time. Everything was isolated, but staff started to notice additional pressure loss in some of our water features, like the spray features and things like that. We started to notice some additional pressure loss that was not identified from the initial isolation that we had. So this raised concerns that we still had some continuous leaks that were not identified. It was at this time that we decided to do an entire pressure test on our entire facility to see what we had going on. During that pressure test, unfortunately, it was detected that we had multiple fails throughout the entire facility, which means that many of our pipes that are underground have leak failure. So then at that time, we then obtained an estimate from Patriot Pools to get an estimate of what that would cost. Patriot Pools, to do this work is beyond their repair. It's not something that they would typically do. The scope is much larger than what they would do. What we're looking at here for Paradise Island, and and I'll show you a color picture as well. This is the Lazy River right here. And the lap pool, this is our activity pool that has the big activity with the big dump bucket that comes down. So everything you see in red was a pressure loss to the facility. This right here is the baby top pool. So you can see that goes to our pump house in the front. This is the main entrance to Paradise Island. This is our pump house in the back that sits underground. So pretty much the entire facility, you can see we've got some kind of leak underground and pressure loss happening.
Yeah. Can you just highlight also that where you see the red, it's likely the concrete decking will need to be.
Yes, that's what I was going to show on the next
perfect.
picture. Thank you. So I just wanted to show the scope and the extensive work that we're looking at here. So when we talk about the leak and the pressure loss, it sits here through here, all around the activity pool, from the baby pool here to the pump house, and from here to the pump house. So the extensive work that we're looking at, you can see all of the concrete that has to be ripped up to repair these lines. And it's a significant amount of work. It's a significant amount of concrete, unfortunately. It also has pipes that goes underneath the shell of the pool. So we have to rip out the shell of the pool as well to make these repairs. What we would be looking at doing that, since Paradise Island is coming up on its 10th season, and something we typically see with outdoor pools, it's also time to replaster these pools. So since we're tearing up the shell, we'd be looking at replastering these pools at the same time and repairing some tile damage that we have along some of the perimeter of these pools where tile repair is just popping out and starting to get old because the facility is at 10 years and needs some maintenance. So just to go overview the funding real quick. So originally, and I'm going to talk a little bit about the splash pad here originally for 2023. We also put in repairs of the splash pad. For those that are not aware, we have a 50% water loss leak at the splash pad as well that sits adjacent to Paradise Island. We did put in $1.6 million, which we were given to repair the splash pad at Pioneer Park. That 1.6 will repair the leaks, but it will also modernize that splash pad. We'll get some new features out there and make it a lot more fun for the kids today, rather than just the spray features that come out. We'll get some stuff kind of that looks a little bit different. In the fall, we were awarded a grant with Adams County Open Space for $750,000 to help with the splash pad. So that leaves us with the funding balance at the splash pad of $2.3 million with the 1.6 and the $750,000. So with that, with Paradise Island, with the estimate that we received to repair everything that we're looking at, digging out the concrete. And again, please keep in mind this $4 million that we're looking at is just an estimate until we physically go out to bid and get a GMP, a maximum price bid from a contractor. We're not certain of exactly how much it's going to cost, but we did get an estimate from Patriot Pools, and they did give us an inflation cost of what it would cost. So we're feeling good about that. But again, we don't know until we physically get the bid. So we're thinking it's going to be about $4 million to repair Paradise Island, all the leaks, the tile work, the plaster, and get it back up and operating back to normal. We currently have $1.3 million to repair Paradise Island. We will take the $750,000 that we would save from the Adams County Open Space Award from Splash Pad, add it to here, which currently gives us $1.95 million of the $4 million to repair Paradise Island. So we're still approximately about $2 million short to repair Paradise Island in full of what we need.
Just to follow on with that, we've been doing some review through our accounts, and we believe that we have the ability to cover that gap in our 2K contingency, obviously for emergencies and unforeseen circumstances. And really, it's the remaining construction funds from 2K, the original 5 2K projects, which this was one of them. So there's some connections there. Right now in that contingency fund, we have $3.674 million. So if it does, it becomes slightly above that $2 million, and we think we still have enough coverage within the 2K contingency to be able to bring it full tilt with the repairs necessary, both for the splash pad and for Paradise Island.
Okay. What we would be looking at Paradise Island, working with Public Works, is not just to repair the pipes underground, but would be just to fully replace and get those replumbed appropriately.
I have a quick question. Is it common after 10 years for it to be this bad?
No.
Sorry.
No, it is not. You know, one thing, pools are a finicky thing, and I think you've probably seen that over time. You know, we'll have heaters that go down at our indoors, our outdoor pools. You know, we'll have pumps that go out. But, you know, for pipes underground to have failure like this, no, it is not a common thing.
Do you know contributing factors? Is it like soil quality or whether it's constructed?
You know, it's truly hard to say what it could be. It could be many factors. It could be initial installation that just wasn't quite done properly enough. It could have been the heat molds from initial installation. It could have been during the compaction of that initial installation, and then it's settled, and then you have pipes that are in that gravel around the pipes, and if it settles, then those pipes start to bend, and then they fell in those moments over time. So it's hard to say, and then also if they fell and they start to leak and you've got all this water seeping underground, that can start to make other pipes fail, because now you're starting to erode away dirt and soil, and then it makes the other pipes weaker and start to sag. It could be a lot of varying factors.
Especially with soil here.
General rule of thumb, you like to look at, Larry, you can nod your head or not, 20 years from a life cycle for city facilities. So for it only to meet half of its life cycle, I think this gives us an opportunity to kind of see what went wrong. Because we want it to last for 20 years from this point going forward. So hopefully, like I said, there'll be some teachable moments for us from the excavation, the work being done. But yeah, we like to see 20.
And that's really what I'm asking, like in 10 more years, will you need another 2 million to fix?
We hope not.
I hope not.
Council members have questions?
That was it, sorry.
So we really just want to give you a heads up, kind of let you know what we saw. Like I said, we kind of heard from last year when this came about right before the season opened, and we were trying to be very nimble. We wanted to get ahead of this, knowing that it's going to require a lot of work. And this gives us, I think, the best path forward. So we wanted you all to be in the know.
Councilmember Ford?
So, talking about these repairs, I think one of the most important piece to me is that we take care of these in the right time of year to where we're not negatively impacting our constituents' ability to utilize that facility.
Yes, thank you for that statement, and that's exactly what Public Works and PRG are planning to do. Our hope would be that we can get a contractor up and going and get them on site to see what's going on. We will run through the 2024 summer. So we'll run through 2024 summer as normal operation, with the hopes that after we shut down after Labor Day, we'll get the contractor up on site and they will work through winter for us to be open Memorial Day 2025.
Yeah, I think to me, because some of these problems we've had with this facility has shortened the opportunity for our residents, and they're the ones who ultimately are paying for it through their tax dollars, and they voted for it and approved it. And it's a letdown when, you have residents call and go, hey, well, this thing's brand new. We voted to do it and it's costing us and we can't even use the damn thing. So for me, it's do it when we're shut down so we're not impacting the season. That's a huge piece.
Yeah, that's a big piece for us too. And certainly when it's over winter, you come into the aspect of, snow creating an issue, but we'll work with the contractor to try to avoid those issues.
So I think what we'll do is try to get it phased where what we need to do to keep it operational, right? Keep the wheels on the vehicle. And then when we get out of the season, right, get underneath the hood, really do what we need to kind of, is what I'm hearing, Chad do, which kind of aligns with what you're saying, sir.
Councilmember Kim?
I think Mr. Rogers answered it, but I guess my question is in order for it to operate in the 2024 season, what is the minimum that needs to be done to kind of keep the wheels on?
So the minimum that we need to do for the 24 season is what we've done the past 2 seasons, just isolate the leaks, which we can do by just plugging up those lines. And we will do that for this year. And like last year, for the residents, they will see a minimum impact to them like they did the prior year. One of the things is like with the lazy river, it's got jets that go all the way around it. We just isolated one set of those lines. So there's still a flow and there's still a momentum. And really, once you get residents and patrons in there and they start moving with it, it just helps that current as well.
So is there a 100% guarantee this thing's gonna be open on time this season?
This season? Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, it's on record.
100%.
As long as,
I would be
yeah,
curious.
without a catastrophic failure, we will be open. I cannot say that we won't start anything up. You never know when a pump's going to fail.
Check them early.
We do.
Okay.
We're gonna check there, but when they seize, it's tough.
Yeah.
And I think given with 2K contingency, I have to make you all aware about how we plan on using those dollars. I think with 2K contingency, with what we have, this is a very important project. Because obviously as those things come in, obviously it'd be all right if it goes above the 3.674 million. I think that's a whole different conversation than what we initially anticipated. But this gives us some flexibility to be able to respond. Once we have that quote, we have that cost estimate and be able to keep moving forward. It would be my intent, I know, as well as Chad's, to be able to keep you all updated with where we're at leading up to the first day, so that there's some level of expectation on where we're at, how we're getting those leaks repaired and fixed, and start to outline that plan after the season concludes in September, October.
Yeah, there's a fine line of how we can open Paradise Island because there's still freezing temperatures. We try to get things up and running by early April as much as possible. Once you start water on though, we get a couple freezing days in a row. We have potential of freezing pipes and then having some failure. So we've got to be very careful about how we open Paradise as well, which every outdoor pool goes through that as well. So we have to be super careful. But we'll certainly keep you updated as we go through the process, and fingers crossed, pumps get going, meters get going, and we can get that thing going. We never really know until we really get those things up and started and operational. And then every single municipality has an outdoor pool and they're starting up. So there's only so many pool contractors. So when a pump fails, we're all in line to try to get those pool contractors to help in that. It's important to us to open on time, but sometimes we're at the mercy of getting a contractor out there to help us.
And can we also make sure we go to or look at the pipe fitters? Just making sure that the work is done, it's quality, it's done by maybe a union contractor.
Absolutely. And one of the things that we're looking at with that and talking to Patriot Poles is they made some suggestions of getting a professional contractor from out of state. But it seems like they're a little bit more qualified than the ones in state and doing something of a pool like this in repair. So that's something that we're really going to try to look at with the bid.
Okay, yeah, because I would hate to go cheap on this and,
Absolutely.
because we do have qualified pipe fitters out there. So.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all.
All right, thank you. All right. Next up, federal legislation update. Mike Dino and John, are you leading this or?
I'll give a brief introduction, but mostly I'll be letting Mr. Keno speak and I'll run the presentation. So as you know, Commerce City does retain a federal lobbyist who assists us on a variety of matters of federal government. Chief among those is helping us plan our annual advocacy trip to Washington, D.C. In order to lobby on behalf of the city, as well as assisting us in the grant process from identifying potential grants, helping us secure letters of support, and then lobbying federal agencies once we have submitted the grant, tracking down funding through all phases of the project lifecycle, really. And tonight, he's here to provide an update, kind of a snapshot on what's going on at the federal government, what funding opportunities are available based on current federal legislation, and to begin talking about when we go to DC in March, with which agencies we want to meet, and what particular topics we want to engage on. So with that, I will turn it over to Mark.
Thanks, John. It's good to see a lot of you. I've been working with the city since 2013, and it's been a very, very honored and privileged to do so. I see a lot of familiar faces here, and certainly new ones. My name's Mike Dino, as John said, and I've been with my firm 27 years, Squire Patton Boggs. We're a Washington-based firm, but I'm a Denver native, grew up in North Denver. Spent a lot of time in Commerce City. Of course, the legacy part of Commerce City. I worked at the Greyhound Park in high school and in college. And so very familiar certainly with your community. And being a North Denver native, continue to be very familiar with Adams County. I worked for Mayor Webb for 6 years, from 1991 to 97. Was very instrumental in Denver International Airport, and so have a long history of where things have been, where they are, and where they may be going. What we're going to focus on today is really where Congress is going or it isn't. John, on this slide, basically Congress is very anemic. They've only passed 35 pieces of legislation in the 118th Congress. So I caution you by telling you this, that don't expect a lot. They've had, it's been in the papers. The House has had a lot of leadership challenges. They're on their second speaker. He's on a very shaky ground, has a very small majority. to keep the government open passed last Friday into early March. He needed the Democrats to support his, the spending bill in the House because it didn't have enough Republicans to do it. And so they do have a spending agreement, and it is at least until March 1st for 4 bills. And on the next slide, we'll see these are the 12 appropriations bills. This is how the federal government is funded. So 4 of the bills are extended to March 1st. That's agriculture, energy and water, military construction VA, and the transportation HUD. And then the 8 other bills go to March 8th. So that's how long the federal government is funded for in fiscal year 2024. They still don't have a full year spending bill. And on the next slide, this is how it affects us. We have in the US House bill, $3.5 million for the widening of Chambers Avenue. And you guys have had a lot of success over the last few years for getting funding to help you with railroad and at-grade crossings, quiet zones. You're putting in your 3rd application for 88th Avenue in the RAISE grant that's due February 23rd. You've submitted previously 2 times, and that's not unusual not to be selected after 2 times. I was telling your engineer that the 3rd time may be the charm. And of course, we're working on support letters. He's working on support letters in relationships. And then you received last year $4 million for 62nd Avenue and Vasquez Boulevard intersection project. So we're keeping our fingers crossed that Congress ultimately agrees on this fiscal year 2024 bill and that the money for the Chambers Avenue widening is in there. Looking forward on the next slide, John, is what do we want to ask for funding down in the next FY25 bill should we get 24 passed? You've had a lot of success with surface transportation, but you might have some other capital needs. Certainly tonight you've talked about a lot of things with parks and recreation, outdoors, activities and such. Swimming pools are hard to get earmarked in the federal bill. That's one of the things that they've done away with. And so, but there may be some things related to water, wastewater that you might want to pursue. And of course, now that you have grant writers, you guys are aggressively pursuing grant opportunities. And that's important because one of the things to keep in mind, we are halfway through the bipartisan infrastructure law, known as bill, and halfway through the Inflation Reduction Act, known as IRA, so Bill and IRA. And they only have about 3 years to spend that money. And they got to push it out pretty quickly. And so there's a lot of grant money still to come out. On a side note, for instance, if you were looking for electric vehicle charging, it's been 2.5 years since they passed the bill for that, and there's only 2 charging stations throughout the country that bill's funded. Now, there's a lot on the books, but there's a lot more that they need to put into play. The other thing is you might have heard, and Jason and his team might have told you, but if you still have some pandemic relief money, particularly with the American Rescue Plan, that you haven't spent by the end of this year, it goes away. So you need to spend it by the end of this year. It just can't be obligated, meaning, we know where we're going to spend it, but it's going to take us into 2025. You can't do that. You have to spend it. There's been some press already talking about the state just realizing this and having to readjust their priorities, and they'll be able to spend it. That's not hard to do. But the bottom line is that there is a lot of money that will need to be spent over the next 2.5 years through the infrastructure law and the Inflation Reduction Act. And I don't know, do we have one more slide? Oh, the calendar. So this week, the House is off. The purple is just when the Senate is in session. So you can see between now and March 1st, the House isn't around a lot. They're only around for the next, they only have 3 weeks of business So when we get to March first, we could be in a situation, you're planning right now, I think, Jim, the plan is to travel to Washington, March sixth. And to do meetings you go out March fifth. And then we'll do meetings the sixth, seventh, and maybe the eighth, depending on if we need some overflow. So there's a few things at play here. The federal government could be heading towards shutdown, or part of it could already be shut down on March first. And then the next date for the 8 other appropriation bills is March eighth. So that's something to keep in mind. Also, the President's State of the Union is March seventh. And so that's, there's a lot happening on the date you're scheduled to go out. But that's, usually when we go out the week before the National League of Cities, of which the mayor is a veteran of attending, and so is Councilman Ford, who have been to a lot of those over the years. And so you usually like to go out the week before, because the week of the National League of Cities is a mess. It's hard to get on the Hill. Last year, we met with our congressional offices. And then we also, the plan is to continue to meet with our partners, particularly relative to the Arsenal Wildlife Refuge. So that's U.S. Fish and Wildlife, EPA, and the Department of Defense. Then we also go over to the U.S. Department of Transportation, and that's the Federal Railroad Administration, which we always stay in close contact with. You have obviously 2 railroads that constantly run through your city. We'll also meet with the FHWA, the Federal Highway Administration, particularly because you are getting a lot of money for surface transportation. And you're also always putting grants in, like the RAISE grant. You also have an IMPA grant in that will be announced this week for 88th Avenue. That's going to be a hard one to get because that really looks for huge projects. And then we'll try to get to HUD. John, we need to talk about some of the housing things that have been going on, but you are an entitlement city. I mean, as was pointed out in the presentation on your parks plan, your parks and recreation plan. I mean, you're a city of over 70,000 people. You became an entitlement city, meaning you received a direct portion of community development block grant money when you reach 50,000. So that's a big deal. And so we always like to get over to see HUD and talk about what you're working on with community development block grant funding and what other opportunities there may be out there. Certainly, we could look at other meeting opportunities and anything that you'd like to see on your list. But over the course of 2.5 days, that fills up pretty quick. So is there anything else on our? Well, I think that's it. Questions and discussion. So I know you've already had a long night, so I didn't want to take a lot of time talking. I'd love to hear anything that you have to say and what I can respond to.
Did the woman from the Pentagon ever come out in the summer? She had
No,
said during the meeting she was
yeah.
planning to come.
I did not see her, and I talked to Charlie recently, and he mentioned that nobody had made it out from the DC office.
So maybe it would be good to encourage.
I'm not
that
even
again.
sure she's still in her position, because I was Googling that today. Now, John Tesner, who Mayor knows and Councilman Ford knows, has been around forever. And so he knows you guys well. And he was in the meeting, Mayor Pro Tem. He was the gentleman in the meeting that sat right next to the director. And so he's still around. So we can count on at least meeting with him.
Sounds good.
Other council members want to weigh in?
For our city, I asked for our city, for the IRA, have we applied for anything for clean energy?
I have to go back and take a look at our grants, but I believe we have.
Yeah, I think you have. I think you applied right after we got back from DC. I know we applied for a grant. But I don't know where any of that stood in terms of, we should find out. I mean, if we didn't get anything, it's also good to ask, well, why not? And see where we can learn from that.
I know Brighton, they have like it's a solar farm or something.
Yeah.
What was it? Brighton got something?
Yeah.
What does Brighton have? I'm sorry.
What did Brighton get? I think it was like a solar farm.
Solar.
Oh, no, the 500,000.
Yeah.
That was to
That was updated.
rehabilitate their Main Street.
Okay.
from the EPA. They got it from the EPA though.
Okay. Sorry.
Councilmember Ford?
Yeah, it's been a while, but I recall putting in for a grant combined with Adams County to try to get 120 of them over Highway 85.
Yeah,
I don't know, I don't recall if it was an infra grant, I believe.
no, it was a Chrissy, and that was the 9.6 million.
Okay.
Yeah, and I was talking with your engineer, Sean Poe, and that money is just being obligated. That was part of our meetings last year in Washington, was to make sure you're gonna get the money, right? And so you're getting the money and it's being obligated, so that's good. That
That's the
means-
9.6.
Yes. Yeah, that took a while. but
Years.
finally- And you're gonna apply, and you will apply for more of that. That's a crossings grant through the Federal Railroad Administration. And that helps with railroad crossings and flyovers and stuff like that. And you will be applying, you know, the engineer thinks you should apply for more of those.
And one of the things I know that's coming up, state level, is we just talked about it tonight. Length of some of these trains and not being able to block our crossings for
Yeah.
more than 10 minutes. That's at the state level. I don't know how that's gonna affect the FRA from that perspective, and if that needs to be something depending on where things go on our legislative side here in the state, needs something to be on your radar in case we need to talk to the Federal Railroad.
Yeah, we always bring it up. As you know, we've been bringing it up for a long time. And it just, they have to hear it because it is, you know, it is a challenge for the
Well,
community.
what, the one guy, the head guy, I can't think of his name right now, came out and got stuck with the train.
Well, yeah, we were on the bus with,
Yeah, you
yeah.
remember?
It was the guy from the regional.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
but-
sat there well, we didn't sit as long as we could have.
Well, you know, that
I think you
crossing-
engineered that, didn't you?
I did. I actually had him throw a goat on the track to stop the train. Actually, myself and Councilwoman Chacon live in that neighborhood, and we know how much that crossing gets blocked. And it seems like we go out there, it gets better for a little bit, and then all of a sudden it's back almost every single night, 4 or 5 hours at a time.
Every weekend.
Right.
Is it Union Pacific?
And
BNSF.
BNSF.
BNSF, okay,
That's along the Highway 85 corridor at
Okay.
112.
got it.
And it's just because, and they mentioned it, our trains are too long. Our trains are too long. And they put the airline, you know, back in the day, we had them, worked with them to put the airline in. They didn't want to break the trains because they lost air pressure. So we got the airline put in so that they could break the chain and not lose all their air pressure. And they just don't, they're lazy about it. They don't want to break the trains. And it negatively impacts emergency services being able to get into that area because it's between Highway 85 and Highway 2 and in between the BNSF and the UP. And so you have 2 tracks there and it makes it really difficult. And so from an emergency services perspective, for our constituents, it would be great if we could continue to apply pressure to get them to start breaking those trains and not blocking those crossings. And that's, you know, I realize that some of what is being requested at the state level seems a little far-fetched, but I also hope that it passes just because, but I don't know what the remedy is. Railroads are federal, the state can put in not to block it for more than 10 minutes, but what are the ramifications if they do? And I really think that we have to maintain a good relationship with the Federal Railroad Administration and try to get those folks to understand that it is constant. I mean, we went as far as putting up signs that say, if there's a train blocking the road, here's a phone number to call, and we send it straight to the railroad. So keep that in mind. When you guys go there.
It's a good point, and, you know, because of the pandemic, we had a gap in meetings, but I thought we had a very good meeting with FRA last time. Dee Chappelle is still there, Sean, and, you know, you may remember her. She's always been a very big fan of Commerce City, and she's still there at FRA and usually helps arrange the
Well,
meetings.
Perlmutter got that first quiet crossing, helped us
Yeah.
with that. And
Yeah,
we've
you
done a
guys were
lot
the
with-
pioneers in the
Yeah.
quiet crossing.
Yeah, we've done a lot with.
I know. Mayor, is there anything? You're a veteran of this stuff.
Well, you know, they've got the PFAS people that our
South
water
Adams,
district is trying to work
Yeah.
with as far as getting some sort of grant or something like that.
yeah.
But then we have the issues over here too with Cronkey trying to build on his land with, as far as residential.
Yeah, and you know, and that, we did meet, we brought those issues up last year. You know, it's, part of it is who's gonna pay for some of the ground testing for development opportunities. And, you know, everybody points their fingers. The EPA doesn't wanna pay for it. The DOD doesn't do anything outside the fence. I mean, you've heard all this, right? And so, but we need to keep chiming in. I mean, ultimately, it may be a partnership that, and there may be some funding that we could go after from some of this you know, the various big bills that are out there and possibly an earmark.
Right. Absolutely.
I know what Councilmember Jacob was talking about, the Soul Smart Solar
Yes, yes.
was free support for cities. You simply had to ask for it. And under the IRA, there was Environmental Justice Thriving Communities, $550 million partnership that closed May 2023. There was Environmental and Climate Justice Thriving Communities Block Grant of $2.8 billion. Now that just got announced a month ago formally, but we had been in meetings earlier. And then the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, $7 billion and $20 billion for low income and disadvantaged communities for solar and storage. I don't know, this says watch early summer, so it may have been announced as well. So these are, I think that's probably the only thing I would need is to go back over this summary of our meeting from last year and find out what dates have expired on these grant opportunities and which ones are being renewed or they haven't gotten rid
Some
of all
of
the
them are
money.
annual, so some of them come every year, so,
Well,
some,
Yeah, but we want to know.
yeah, no. And, I think John knows, the city gets a weekly report on grant opportunities in both the bill and the IRA. And so whatever your grant people feel you have the best shot at and you guys direct them to do, we're glad to support in any way we can.
Climate pollution reduction grant also. That was also IRA. Anyway, there was a lot of stuff up. that
No,
we
there
were-
is a lot. You're
Yeah.
right about
But we
that.
did have a summary meeting when we got back.
Yeah.
We did run through it all with everyone and with staff, so.
Yeah, the big one they're pushing now, I know, is energy storage. We're so far behind for that. That's battery storage.
Yeah, no, it's a big deal. Well, I'll be working with your team and your staff on the meetings and such. Well, I've already put out meeting requests for the agencies and the delegation. And we'll start firming up that schedule and get ready for the DC visit.
Thanks. Appreciate your time.
All right, great to see everybody. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
Yeah.
First, so remember they were open to changing.
First column, they didn't.
They never came.
Oh, wait, no.
All right.
That's her name.
Gonna go to our last item. It's
I'm at the trails.
Parks
and Rec.
Thank you, Mayor. So one thing that I'm gonna start to institute for each quarter is go through what we have for that upcoming quarter about study session items that have been requested. So what you will find for tonight is what we have planned out for the rest of Q1 based off of what we've heard from council over the last couple of meetings, but also there's some holdover items that we had from previous council that have moved forward. That obviously, if they're not a priority for this council, we can put in a parking lot, we can table, we can remove. But this kind of just goes to show to you, you know, based on the level of work, due diligence, and quite frankly, coordination that we need both internally and externally, how we have planned out those items to be able to get you what you had requested for. So for the upcoming meeting on February 12th, we have an update on our wayfinding signage. They've gotten some, I'll call preliminary design packages that we want to bring forward to you all to be able to get your feedback and direction for them to continue to keep developing, designing. Ultimately, that will then help to inform the 2025 CIP package that will help to construct some of those signs. We have a conversation around high hazard zones. High hazard zones is a conversation, it was a request of understanding what in other municipalities has called safety sensitive zones, roadways that we've seen a number of pedestrian and vehicular conflicts, speed data to support such, and how are we looking at being able to have a heightened level of enforcement. We call those high hazards in our ordinance, but they have effectively the same level of enforcement and intentionality that you find with safety sensitive zones. So we want to kind of go back through that for the new council, kind of talk about the two areas that we have along both Highway 2, Tower Road, and talk about criteria and policy about how to apply those more broadly across the city. You may have heard me say, not every road can be a high hazard zone. So you have to strategically look at where those can be placed, and they have to be supported based on data that we can be able to point back to. We also then started to look at short-term rental registration. That was an item that you all supported at the last regular meeting. We have been working with Schneider Electric as well as the Department of Energy here for the state, talking about our own facilities and a plan of attack on how we can start to retrofit some of those to be more energy efficient, and how the Department of Energy would help to support funding in that. So we want to bring that forward to you all in February. Discussion about the Build C3 update. That is the use of the ARPA dollars that were not expended for both ERA as well as $1 million for the grant writing team, Track and Go, which is a ability to put specialized tires, really snowcat wheels and so forth on our PD vehicles to help get people out of certain conditions, and generators both at Eagle Point and Bison Ridge. Just a note on that, our rec centers today are not designed to serve as anything else other than rec centers. So fortunately enough, we didn't have a power outage or a short at Eagle Point because it was never designed as such. When we did the warming center, that was the first time that we ever turned Eagle Point on 24 hours for consecutive days. And luckily enough, it never showed up. Those generators will help for us being able to convert or to be able to have a hybrid approach. But that's a much longer discussion about warming and cooling centers, because like I said, our rec centers were never intentionally built to serve in that capacity. So it's talking about, once again, how we start to give back to the community based on the direction and guidance that we had from the previous council on how to use those funds to be more targeted for those that are at risk of losing home, but also in need of other improvements, better sidewalks, better roads, better programming, Wi-Fi, you name it, very broad base. And we plan on bringing back some of those initial concepts and thoughts for your continued guidance and direction so that we can then start to deploy those funds out into the community. And then the business case report is the same thing as the energy efficiency business case analysis. So disregard that last item. That was just a temporary hold for us on the calendar until we had a better title. The actual moving down to February 26th. This is actually not going to be a URA, but this is going to be more for city council. There's been some general discussion around the establishment of a URA around the 72nd Light Rail Station. Obviously, there's been coordination as it's been a joint project between the county and the city. We're ultimately going to propose to the city council that we bring county commissioners to the table so that you can kind of hear their expectations around the establishment of that URA. We want to have this as a conversation with you all about the expectations for that URA in and around that light rail station for the residents that we currently have within the city, and whether or not there needs to be various discussions around annexation strategy of those enclaves into Commerce City, so that we can then jointly have that conversation with the county and ultimately then bring that forward to the URA board for, once again, moving that forward. On 26 as well, we have our annual update from DEI. The next is a presentation around fencing alley. Now, that was brought up by the former Mayor Pro Tem, and we wanted obviously to honor that request. And this was looking at where we had alleyways that were either privately owned, which were being fenced to the center line of that alley for their use, and or public alleys that were also being fenced to the center line and being used, however, was city right of way. So going about and trying to clean that up. And there are obviously various complexities in and around that which our CD code enforcement staff working with city attorneys would be making a presentation to you. Now, if this is not a priority to you all, then obviously we can shift off of this topic of subject. However, like I said, it's on the agenda because we wanted to honor the former Mayor Pro Tem's request when it was made back in 2023. So that's why you see it. We have, yes.
Yeah, on those alleys, for years, we were doing away with a lot of them. Leading them back over, the city got rid of them. And people have built fences to the center line.
Yeah.
And other residents haven't taken advantage of that. So you end up with these big blocks of weeds and people's, behind their homes.
Mm-hmm.
And they're frustrated with it, and we really need, I don't know how much of it's still city owned, because I thought we had done away with most of it.
We've got about 6 or 7 alleys that are still publicly owned and maintained. We haven't vacated or deed those back. Like I said, we don't have a large amount, but it does create some challenges.
There are several that we get away with, and people have fences all over the place. Nobody can drive through them ever again. They need to be maintained by the adjacent property owner, whoever's assuming that land. I would like to, it's been years. I'd like to get to an end to some of that.
Okay.
So
What is
I agree with our former Mayor Pro Tem on.
Can I ask what the purpose, what you ideally you're looking for with respect to the alleys?
The purpose, well, they were, when Commerce City was built, before I was around, they had designed alleyways behind some of these homes because every house, every property in Commerce City had incinerators, people burned their trash. I mean, there was a lot of reasons why they had access back there. But we haven't needed access back there for many,
Well, yeah, I guess
centuries,
what I'm asking is
right?
ideally, are you looking to convey city-owned alleys back to the
That's
property
what we
owners?
did a lot of that in the past.
Okay, because we have some legal issues with required easements and the like. Most of these alleys need access, if there's, garbage and that kind of thing.
Most of the reason why we needed access wasn't because of garbage, it was because the telephone poles ran in the backs of the properties in the older part of Commerce City. And it was for the phone companies, the power companies to be able to get back there and do maintenance on transformers and wiring and things of that nature. But over the years, a lot of that has gone away. So we did away with a lot of them. And I don't know which ones we still have, which ones we did away with, because it's been so long. But I know that's where Jennifer was going when she brought that up, was some of these alleyways are fenced in where nobody could ever drive down them again, but people complain that the alleyway behind their house is full of weeds and nobody maintains it. And in their mind, that's city property. So even if there's some type of a community effort to just an educational forum to be able to work with the people that back to some of those old alleys that have been conveyed, to get them to understand that that's been conveyed back to them and it's their responsibility to maintain it. I think a lot of it's gonna be an educational piece for people that don't realize that it's been conveyed. So, the ones that are still ours, I just wanna make sure we're still maintaining those as public right of way, so that we don't have a huge weed problem and ugliness. But the ones that have been conveyed, I think we have to educate the people where they've been conveyed.
Councilmember, the vast majority of them that we still own, which is just a few, we went through and did a big cleanup on them last year and working to get the property owners that were behind them where it was their stuff, where it was ours. Most of those still provide access. People are parking back there. So, I mean, that was one thing we looked at. We tried to.
Well, the ones we need to keep, I mean, all for keeping. I just want to make sure the ones that have been conveyed or cleaned up. And while I'm on the subject, I think it's really important because I hear it a lot. And every year, I haven't been on it for several years, but I know hasn't changed much. The stock show would have us ride the train to Cheyenne. And when we would ride that train, the right of way along the railroad tracks behind, most of the property is still unincorporated Adams County, where it goes down through that area. But the trash and stuff that you see from a train in our community is horrendous. I would love to have our code enforcement go out. And I get it, it's railroad right of way, but we still need to be riding them and treating them the same as we would a resident for violating or cutting the weeds and the trash and you know, the catches on fire all the damn time because of the train wheels. But I'd like to have someone from code enforcement look at our railroad right of ways that run behind our residential properties that negatively impact residents, even if it's in an unincorporated portion. And notify Adams County about those. But it has always been really bad. And the reason I bring it up, because of talking about alleyways, it's what you don't see that negatively affect our residents. And I think we have to take a look at some of those things that we don't think about on a daily basis, railroad right-of-ways and alleyways.
So then the question is, you gave a very thorough explanation of the issue. Then does it remain a discussion or does it need to be moved into administrative council business and one of the council members asking for an ordinance or a resolution? I mean, that's what you should be doing. We already just discussed it.
I think our codes already cover the maintenance side of it. It's just that nobody ever sees it except the people that back up against it. And they're just used to it being crappy. And we should look into it and try to fix it. And our codes should cover it. But if you want to form a motion in a council meeting to give direction, I will absolutely offer that.
I would say that.
She beat me to the punch. I said, there's a lot more than meets the eye with it. And I think that's why we have to come have a conversation with you because there's consequences, there's complexities, there's a lot of complexities that the city attorney's office and code enforcement have been digging in. That quite frankly, we may not have answers for all of that, but still need some direction on. And it's like I said, I don't want to have you all sending us down a path that we can't go deliver on an ordinance because of some of these legal complexities and or policy issues that we're running into that we have to talk about.
Yeah, piggybacking off that, I think it makes sense to have a presentation with options for you all, and then you can discuss the options, and then at a council meeting, you can take formal action with respect to those options, whether it be a motion or another ordinance or regulation. Because if you went to a meeting, let's say, and you said, I move to, convey all city-owned alleys or something like that, we wouldn't be able to do that. So
Yeah, no, and I'm not looking to do that. I think
Yeah.
right now I'm focused on the code enforcement piece of it. And then the ones that have been conveyed that are patchwork with fences. Educating the people that back to those properties that they can move their fence back and maintain the property so that we don't have these chunks of space in between properties that are unkept.
A lot of the.
Okay, I wanted to make a point though. Is that I don't think the timing on these is correct. So that's not what Sean has just conveyed is not a 15-minute discussion, I don't think, with the options and all that kind of stuff. It's gonna take longer than 15 minutes. I don't think the special district financing options, which is what I was first drawn to, is long enough either. And I worry about that going last because of how critical it is in terms of determining where we go from here on metro districts and so on.
So the order, I would say this, we just simply put them on. We can look at the timing of it. That doesn't necessarily need to be last. Like I said, we were just kind of going through where we stand with the due diligence that we have and what's the earliest meeting based on staff resources that we can put that on.
Yeah, like I would move, say the DEI commission to the next one then, which ends,
So to that, March 11th, 6 of 9 of you will not be here.
oh, that's right, we might not be doing it anyway.
So, I mean, in that meeting, we had,
Oh, no, I didn't, obviously, I didn't intend to have DEI present on a night no one's here. That was not my intention. It just looked like it was such, let's say for an example, it says it ends at 8:40. That would be a good night to have presentations from commissions or boards when there are not topics that are complex and more controversial.
yes,
That's the only point I'm making.
yeah. Sarah brings up a point, we could do it at a regular meeting. That's been hit or miss with those type of updates. We tried to group them. It could easily fall into, it could easily go into Q2 as far as DI Commission's annual update.
No. Like, what about February 25th?
26, right now, we're pushing at 9:20 and
That says it ends at 6:30 or something.
no, that's the URA. That's actually gonna be
Oh,
city
you
council.
already, oh, okay.
So when you look at it from a city council perspective, we're still gonna be out by 9:20. And we have historically ran long. When we have had meetings and discussions on study sessions, so we try to give you all a buffer of an hour. When it's come to these, so outside of February 12th, where we're pushing at 10:25. Really, that's actually probably closer to 9:35, since we have a duplication of the business case report.
Okay, all I'm asking is just think about it when you're putting these together. Think about the ones that are more controversial when you're arranging them.
Absolutely.
So that we have enough time to talk about them.
Thank you, Councilmember Duke.
I guess I have a question and a comment,
Yes, sir.
depending on the answer. So thanks for putting this together so we have this dialogue. And my question is, for the purpose of this dialogue, is there specific feedback you want from us around moving the dates right now or recommendations for moving things up? If that's the case, I do have a couple recommendations, but I want to make sure I get what would you need for this time right now?
I think it's an open dialogue, because obviously, as you can tell, there's a lot of work that has to be done. There's a lot of due diligence in that. If you're looking at wanting to shift something around, something has to come off. And that's just a reality of the situation, because my team is spread in looking at all of these items all at the same time and trying to best deliver the product that you all have requested. So for instance, if you wanted something to shift from, let's say, March 11th up to February 26th, okay, what are we gonna push out that may have to be pushed out of Q1 into Q2, possibly Q3, because there are other items that are coming up through our operational aspect that we need to get your guys in direction on, that may require policy changes. And those will be on the Q2 list. So that's where this conversation comes into play.
Can I add, and I guess a suggestion to that, if you scroll down to the first meeting, or sorry, scroll up. I would recommend is if we look at priorities or look at the strategic plan and what's priorities, I would like to see the conversation about the metro districts and the financing options earlier. Because I understand it's probably going to be a longer discussion, but we probably want to give more time throughout the year and really address the metro district moratorium if we need to. And then my understanding is that there was some conversation about aligning that with our guidance to the city code. And so I would recommend pushing that up so that we can move that along. The other thing I would also recommend is thinking about this economic development update. That's, I think, February, or it's down March
11th.
We can move that up as well. to February 12th. And I know for me to take off, it would probably be the short-term rental discussion, and then the case studies. But I think setting as a priority for me would be important.
So the special district financing option, unfortunately, we can't push up.
Okay.
The reason why I say that is because the previous guidance that we had heard at the time of the adoption of the new reforms regulations, but not the service plan, was to go conduct a community meeting to receive additional input and feedback. That meeting right now is being tentatively scheduled for that second week of February. And you all wanted to have that discussion before us coming back before you. And at the same time, our staff is still going through its due diligence with a number of different outside legal counsel, but also with consultants that we have to give you those answers that you asked for. And they won't be ready to give us those answers until the 26th of February.
Okay, that's great. That makes sense then. As far as the economic development activity, I would want that earlier, as we talk about amenities, resources to the community across the whole city. It would be great to start the conversation in Q1 so we can have a better understanding what's happening and we can share with our constituents around, here's some things in play if that's possible.
We can definitely look at that, but obviously a couple items may have to be pushed off from A earlier.
Yeah, I would recommend moving effective energy or energy efficiency and then the short-term rental right now for February 12th, but just put it out.
Now, with the energy efficiency, that's actually directly tied to potential financial benefits that we'll be able to gain from the Department of Energy in beginning to retrofit buildings like Eagle Point, Bison Ridge, Civic Center, Municipal Service Center, with clean energy, solar panels, things of that nature that we don't currently have.
And that's a time sensitive, is there application we have to have? And I guess the other piece to this, for me, it would be easier if we talked about top 4 presentations a night. And I know it's gonna be hard to narrow it down, but if we look at options, if we get presentations or whatever topic, and I would recommend aligning it to timeline, strategic planning, and then if there's only 4 presentations and we have a substance discussion around the different options, I think it'll help us be able to move some of these things forward in a more efficient way.
And I'm always more willing to, I guess part of this is also showing, love to have those conversations. And I think with what we're having right now, just the reality, some of those things shifting up is very difficult for us because we've been so subscribed to a lot of these items that have been asked to come in these first early months. And shifting away from those can be done. It's just also understanding that shifting back to those may not be a reality within the time frame in which you would want them to come back.
And I understand that. So with this process, what will be a good way to have that dialogue while we are able to make some progress on these study sessions? So like I proposed, would you want everyone on the council to propose an item that we move up and then you kind of let us know if this is possible or not? Is that how we want to use this time?
Yeah, during this time, if there's a general consensus around the council in wanting to shift an item up, I can provide you with where we stand as far as the staff's due diligence and what the realistic timeframe of turnaround may be involved. And if it can fit within that schedule, like I said, we can then discuss if this is a priority, what is not a priority, and when that would need to be rescheduled, because then I can talk about those shifting responsibilities means shifting of resources, and shifting those resources back may not be as simplistic or easy to do because of the amount of work and time that's necessary.
I appreciate that. And I trust your expertise and your team expertise on informing us on that. And so like an example here is I think we heard some agreement around moving up the economic development activity to maybe February 12th. If we were to role play this out and say this is one of the topics with wayfinders, high hazard zones. And high hazard is one of those things where we need it, right? And I know it's not a priority yet, but until something negative happens, it becomes a priority. So it's more preventative, right? It's best to have that discussion now. So if we have wayfinding, high hazard, as well as economic development on that February 12th with the energy. Is that something that's doable?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't underlook Build C3 because obviously that's tied to ARPA dollars and, once again, we've gotten general direction from council, but we need to get specific direction on being able to move forward with some of the programming. And that building out that programming will take time and being able to get those funds expended. So really, when you look at February 12th, and if you actually want to start building towards some comprehensive community signage with wayfinding, that time frame also starts to work into your budgeting process, which starts to ramp up around the April, May, June for what we're looking at in the cost to be able to present.
So what would be doable to move up the economic?
I would say probably your high hazards, and what you'll find is that in the second column after departments, we've given, from a staff perspective, a priority ranking of how those items kind of fall for discussion coming before you. And high hazards, they're already well established. We have them in place. This is kind of talking philosophically about their application, the expanding that program and thinking about other locations as it hits certain criteria. So possibly that one was shipped, and that was for like 30 minutes.
Swap them out.
So you guys also have to keep in mind too, this is just a study session. There's regular meetings too. That come off this at the following Tuesday.
You're making a point.
Yeah, we could,
You're right.
yeah, if we want to swap them out, we could swap it out and then maybe move it to a regular session if you want to update a high hazards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if that's the way council would like to go, absolutely. I think we would just need to be aware because we were doing a mix of that.
Yeah.
And that got to be somewhat regular meetings for to be able to get business done. So
Good thing we went to 2 study sessions.
now, here's the thing.
So what I'm saying is, what I didn't mean that. What I meant was that you have to also know, this is just study session.
Yeah.
There's a regular meeting too, and those are lengthy as well. So everything coordinates. So when we have this talk that he has on his regular meetings, what we discuss here with those. So we really, when we do this, we're really messing with his schedule right now. So I would just say, for right now, let's just go with what he has set, because right now, March 11th is the one we're worried about.
I hate to throw another wrench in the works. You know, all of this could also be subject to change based on URA adoption of dates and times for regular meetings. Because we do plan on bringing on February 5th. When do you all want to have a standing regular meeting for URA? Is it the 4th Monday? Is it the 2nd Monday? And if that's the case, that then eats into the timeframes in which we have, because we also still have automatic adjournment at 10:30, regardless of when business starts that evening.
I'd like to go back to what Councilmember Duke said. I mean, frankly, the two most important things on this thing are to my constituents, our economic development and the special districts. Now, I realize there's a lot of other business going on in Commerce City, but we should, as a city council, be able to have some input in this to be able to hear these issues that are of priority to the elected officials and then be able to convey them to our constituents. The business case report would seem logically to go with an economic development report. To be able to do it together seems to me to be the best way to do these, is to do it as a group and not have it be coming at us from the staff. That's been something we have talked about the difficulty of having to come directly from staff without the city council being able to have more input. It's already a 10:25 meeting, but nevertheless, you have something on there for an hour.
So
What is the Build C3 update?
So that's ARPA. The business case analysis is only tied to city facilities, it has nothing to do with economic development. Now,
The business case report?
One key part of it is the ability to get money for solar, for EV charging, is all wrapped into that.
Is there a deadline, Jim?
I mean, there are rolling deadlines for that.
Okay,
So, I mean, the longer we wait, the longer we put ourselves.
It's been, since last year, June.
I know, but we're.
So here's what I would say. It is my responsibility to bring an agenda forward to the council and to have an open discussion and dialogue about the realities of what my team and what we can do within a reasonable timeframe. The most reasonable timeframe that we can accomplish for the special financing district, based on work that was asked us to look at land use, to look at other ways of looking at how for affordable housing, amongst a bevy of other issues. February 26th is the first time that we as staff can bring forward and be able to meet the request of having a community meeting, which was hugely important to the council, because what we had heard from testimony of those who came during the adoption was we didn't feel as though we were fully engaged in this conversation around Metro District, and we want to have an ability to further comment. And that was one item that was asked of us, is coming back to the study session, please make sure that you have gotten out to the community.
Can I just comment on that? Are you suggesting that you're going to bring all of the financing ideas to the community first without talking to the city council about them?
That was your direction, yes.
And that wasn't anyone's direction that I recall.
That was the direction that before we came back to study session with the special financing districts and the conversation around land use, that we have a conversation with the community and they be involved so that you could have that as additional feedback.
I genuinely don't remember anyone saying that we would go to the community with the financing options first.
Right.
But economic development is the one that I was particularly thinking about.
So thanks for the explanation and when we think about just economic development, I think that's a priority. With the rolling deadlines, and actually I appreciate this conversation and dialogue because it helps. I think it meets what you talked about in the past, having this type of feedback. It's painful, right? But it is good feedback and conversation around going back and forth because I don't know the ins and outs of the timing, everything what you do, and I trust your expertise on that. If I think about just economic development and knowing that now there's a rolling timeline for the energy efficiency, or the high hazards, I mean, is it possible to move it up to either February 12th or to February 12th? If not, what's the soonest we can have that conversation? Because right now, how far is it down now? Is it the end of the month?
So right now we have economic development on March 11th.
Yeah.
So if you shifted, which we can, now there will be some blowback because we have heard from the community that are extremely interested about the short-term rental registration. So once again, there's pros and cons.
Well, let's move the high hazard, because I think that was one of my motions, and I want the conversation about high hazards because it's a safety issue, but I understand the priority of like.
If you take business case off, take 45 minutes off the top of that 1025, that puts you at 935, okay? If you shift high hazards, which is another 30, that gets you to around 905. That gives more than enough a relative buffer for an engaged conversation around economic development. So we could probably do that, like I said, because we double booked this business case, which is actually the energy efficiency one.
Okay.
So that 45 minutes doesn't really exist. High hazards is another hour, another 30, so that puts you at an hour and 15. Okay. So that gives you an hour and 15 to shift up to talk about economic development activity, marketing plan, and strategic plan. Now, that being said, we may not be at a place to have a full freight conversation on the strategy and our strategic plan because our consultants are still working on it and they may not be available on that date. We can ask, but they may not be ready to have that conversation. For you all to give them credible direction and guidance.
Only 3 of us will be here on March 11th, and you're doing the economic development plan on March 11th?
That was actually supposed to be on the 25th of March. Knowing that you all weren't gonna be here.
So the pushback, or not the pushback, the blowback would be if they're not fully prepared, we can't give them enough direction, or
yes,
or is it the study session could just be an update for we know where it's at in the process?
It could be an update. Like I said, right now, they're still working on the existing conditions and landscape assessment. And that probably won't be completed until February 12th-ish, middle of February, end of February. Hence why we were then trying to bring that to you all in the March timeframe so that you actually had an understanding of the existing market conditions from economic development perspective with a consultant. And then talking philosophically, city council, what do you want the city to be? I give the example I've used in the past. San Jose wanted to be the capital of Silicon Valley. So that gave direction about we wanted to go after emerging tech. And that was our primary focus as part of our economic development strategy, and then working with business that supported it. So like I said, there's a lot of these things that we can move up, and it may not be that. We can talk about current activity, about what we're doing as economic development, right? Our outbound aggressive marketing. We can talk about our economic development activity at a high level, given that some information is confidential, but we won't be able to talk about all of those items which we are trying to couple together that would be able to help inform about current state, our interim state, and then ultimately our future state for you all to be able to give guidance on each 3 steps.
Yeah, I'll be okay to talk about current state and because it will be a dialogue and you take it along with us, we're going along with the journey with you around, here's what currently looks like. Because I think we all have pieces of it, but I don't know if the current state. And then second quarter, we maybe talk through like the full, I think there's a way to incorporate that, but I just put it out there to recognize it is a priority and some more information is better than less right now.
And we can definitely do that. If you all do not want the special district financing options to have a neighborhood meeting and want to push that to the end, may that shift some of the resources that staff is having to, put behind to get to that stage? Obviously, and could that then potentially shift? Possibly. There's still some work that we have to do that requires some feedback and some review of what others have been able to accomplish, like with zoning, with what can we do in our land development code. We've got our consultant often working on that. And Jim, if I'm not mistaken, you said the earliest that they'd be able to have that for the February 26th meeting.
Absolute earliest, yeah. And we're not even using them for that piece of it. We're trying to do that in-house because they're too busy doing other stuff.
So these things that as they come up, like I said, we want to give you all credible information so that you can make informed decisions. And we don't want to rush. We could do such, but obviously understanding, knowing that we're going to be working within a limited rationality of the time that we had. And like I said, we have had people who have expressed their interest of when is this public meeting? Because we need to get our comments up so that council can pick that in when it comes to a study session because they're not able to speak at a study session. Our general population is not able to speak at a study session. So that was a key piece as well.
Because we wouldn't want to have the Metro District conversation about the original intent of the zoning earlier, because you want to be able to make a decision later on. So that's.
Jason, one thing to think about is anything on February 12th, we have to have the agenda materials in on February 2nd. And that's next week. So shifting these, great idea, but logistically getting, because we got so many people involved in some of them, could be very difficult to get the package ready.
10 days earlier.
Yeah, it has to be done 10 days or anything has to be done and then when the packet's done 10 days earlier, so.
So like I said, we can continue to have the conversation. Like I said, we can try to move economic activity up. We can talk with our team what they're able to prepare between now and next Friday for that and shifting off high just given that, like I said, that's already established. But like I said, part of this is also just to make you all aware of a lot of the work that we're doing behind the scenes on trying to move your request forward and just laying out there when we have, based on our resources, our first availability to do so. And that if we want to shift, we know that certain things are going to have to shift and they may not shift back within a realistic time frame up to the next meeting, because to Jim's point, there's a lot of work in kind of turning that ship.
Well, I guess I understand that, and I don't want to add more work and to push forward to do something that's not reasonable. But I thought the goal for this is to have that conversation around it. So if it's not reasonable, I think it's great to say it's not reasonable right now. But if it is, in terms of like shortening it up to say we can have economic development, current state, if that's reasonable and timely, I would love that. And I think I'm hearing it from other council members, that's something we love, but I would love the honest feedback around this is if it's too much of a lift, then we need to strategize around the conversation, right? It's like maybe we don't look at February 12th, but what is reasonable on the next couple of days? I didn't hear that, so I wasn't clear on like what's reasonable or not on your team, right? So I would love to know, like, priority wise, love to have it. If you're saying it's not reasonable, not doable, then we have to think about when it is.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to shift off an item off the upcoming agenda versus trying to shift up because we've already had committed resources, just being real.
And my
So-
question is for economic development, how close are we to having an economic developer? I mean, the director for that spot? Because
So, we're still in a recruitment process because the initial recruitment didn't bear the type of talent and or expertise that would support where this organization is at in response to community needs and what we've heard from the council.
yeah, because I think that'd be very important to have an economic development director in that position. Because, yeah, we can talk about things, but who's gonna drive that? So we need to make sure we have an economic director in that position, so that's a better discussion. And we could have better metrics because we can talk about all kinds of things, but if we don't have anybody driving it.
That could be.
But
Sorry, Mayor. The problem is that it could take forever. How long have we been looking for a replacement?
A quarter.
Yeah, quite a while. I think that Councilmember Dukes and anyone who is new could use the status quo. What is the state of being in terms of economic development? Just the mere fact that we don't have a permanent economic development director is good information. The challenges that we have, she's not listening.
So.
No, not you.
So talking with Jim, we could move it to February 26th.
Economic development is.
And move the My C3 off. My C3's got a 3 priority, 3 out of 5. 1 is the greatest, second is 3 is kind of milling. This is more of an update to you all about the activities that we've been doing out in our community. Think of snow guardians, think of tool trailer, think of our weed management program and planning going forward. That could possibly be moved off. Urban camping ban, that's a priority for us as city staff because there's a heightened level of desire for us to enforce unhoused. But we're limited in being able to do such. That's all I can say, right? I can't go enforce if I don't have somewhere to send people. So we're gonna continue to have the same issues on our streets, in our parks, on our trails, because we don't have that facility. So if we want to take that next step, we gotta start kind of really talking through that, talking through what are the options, what have we extinguished as those options and next steps. So I would say I wouldn't want to push urban camping ban off, particularly given, right, we're not seeing any end to migrancy, we're not seeing any end to the unhoused. And it's still within a period of time where we're gonna start to see some of those issues with weather conditions that we may have to address those.
We used to have presentations during council meetings also. So simply because it's a presentation doesn't mean it has to be during a study session. And it's even possible that an economic development update would be better to put on as a council presentation so that the whole community can hear if they need to. But I do think that we have enough room in a city council meeting because that's what we used to do. We had one study session and then we had presentations in the other 3 meetings. So maybe some of these could be moved as a presentation if there is a sense of urgency for them. It's a thought.
I'm fully supportive of that. We can look at how that adjusts our schedule. If that's the council's desire, like I said, we were simply responding to council's previous desire of let's not mix education with doing business. And if you all would like us to bring some of those items back to a regular meeting, we can do such. Like I said, we may then have to then pull off some items on the regular meeting, because if these items are controversial or have a lot of interested stakeholders, we've got to pick up and balance that time. And most of your regular meetings also, like I said, we want to build that buffer in. So we're building that buffer into 9:55, 10 o'clock at the meetings. So like I said, there's trade-offs.
Short-term
And
rental registration would be good on a council meeting.
Okay.
Because you'd want people who run Airbnbs and people who are impacted by them to be able to speak to it too. So maybe everybody would be interested in that one rather than doing it in this environment.
if we were to do that, I mean, that next available date I would think would be March 4th. Just because of the President's Day holiday, that obviously we only have one regular meeting, that's the February 5th date. So if you pull short-term rentals off and you looked at high hazard zones as a to be determined, you could look at least economic development, what we're doing today. Not necessarily tackling the strategic plan or tackling the marketing strategy in that discussion. That can be a phase 2. We could possibly move that up. Just talking about what we're doing today in current state.
And on the, oh, just one more thing, on the on the special district funding options, the meeting that you're having, that you have scheduled, is that with the community or is that with like development stakeholder?
Everybody.
Pardon me?
Everybody.
Everybody.
So we would be using the same format, correct me if I'm wrong, John, of what we did back in August, given that we actually saw some pretty strong turnout by the community to that, and also allowing for people to be able to submit their comments online, but.
That is correct.
But I thought we already had that meeting and then it came to council, so now the council gets to decide on what they want to see going forward.
No, I'm talking about the format. So kind of having it as a workshop, talking about the different special financing district options. What
You're
you
talking
can
about
do
special
is-
districts,
Yeah, special.
not the metro districts.
Not the metro district.
Okay.
Metro district, right, you all gave us direction that you wanted additional information and details on land use controls, special district options, affordable housing. Those 3 things were also, well, the affordable housing was an add-on at the last meeting, but also looking at if the city can form its own special district. So we had 2 add-ons and 2 existing, but those 2 existing items from the adoption of the ordinance also was predicated on community discussion, because we had 3 or 4 members, particularly of the development community, saying they hadn't been involved in the process. And before something came back to the council, they wanted to be heard
On the special district.
on the special districts and so forth. So that's why we're going back, and hence why that got pushed to the 26th. Because we didn't want to misstep on what was requested of us at the time of the adoption, while also having the community be able to be heard and talk about that so that you all could be informed.
Right, that's why I thought that was something different, so.
So they all have to come to the same meeting. They don't have a separate special meeting.
Correct.
That's a good clarification. I do like what Councilmember Noble was saying, if we can have it a short-term rental registration conversation, even though it's March 4th, I do think it creates a public comment and opportunities to talk through it, which will be beneficial, I think, for that one. And then if we can do, and I'm okay, and I don't want to speak for the whole council, I'd love to get an opinion around having the current state of economic development so that we know where we're currently at and what's currently happening and what's at a high level. I know there's some confidentiality, but current state would be great to know.
People need to understand what the challenges are. And they don't understand what the challenges are, and it's fallen to the city council members to be the ones to have to explain it or be the ones who are somehow responsible and accountable for it. I think there needs to be a better explanation to the city, to the community.
Now, city manager, are we gonna talk about the regular meetings too, or? Because otherwise, we're gonna be talking about another 45.
No, this was just really talk about study session, since we were in a study session. I think you've given us some direction on what you'd like to be able to see for this kind of first quarter. We'll try to move some things around. With respect to the 12th, the economic development. And we can go from there. We'll keep the fencing alley discussion on. And once again, that can easily be shifted down so that it frees up something later on up to 26. Like I said, it's always easier to push something down than to try to pull something up because it's then reshifting a number of different resources that may have already been tasked out.
I just appreciate your walking us through this and having this open conversation. I always thought of
We never did that in the past, so we never did that in the past.
Oh, no, I appreciate it. I just want to appreciate that.
All right. Moving on to the weekly reports. City manager, you have any weekly reports you want to?
Thank you, sir. I will step through this rather quickly. The Eagle Point Rec Center served as an emergency warming center and overnight shelter. Obviously that was last weekend. The weekend before that, with the polar vortex, we had an average of about 25 people per day. With a total of nearly 50 residents utilizing beds in the overnight shelter. I'd like to be able to thank our many residents that dropped off donations from various goods to items for those who were using it at the warming center. Quick note that the 2024 QCF nonprofit grant program opened in January, and additional details for those interested can be found on our website. Just a general comparison about certificate of occupancies issued in 2023, we had 698. The number that we had as far as certificate of occupancies in 2022 was 1,003. So we were down almost a quarter in 2023. Don't have any data as to why, but it could also be in and around market conditions. On last Friday, several members of my team met with representatives of the production home builders working in Commerce City to discuss recent issues related to the quality of construction. The meeting was conveyed by the HBA and home builders representing from Richmond Homes, Meritage, Oakwood, KB Homes, Tri Point, D.R. Horton, Lennar. We had a very frank conversation with them, and I believe they recognize the problems that occurred. While they acknowledge that the issues and understand that some of them are cosmetic and craftsmanship issues, we continue to impress upon them, while we may have no jurisdiction as it stands today, that we need to have them step up for our community and take some positive steps. So what they agreed to be able to do was provide the city with the name of the builder staff member who handles warranty work. We got that this morning so that we can provide that. All stated that they have warranty information in the contracts. They indicated that each one would go develop a one-pager with warranty information that can be shared with buyers at their closing. So all are aware of the dates and contact information. And that obviously they are working through their own quality control and assurance internally. So we won't be aware of what steps that they are taking, but they have promised us that they would be taking those steps. And that is where right now, until there is some additional steps taken by council, if they want to create policies around craftsmanship, what we can do. I would say in my due diligence, looking at other communities in the Front Range, I have not been able to find anything on the books with respect to policies of craftsmanship. If there are legitimate issues that are tied to building codes, residential code, plumbing codes, and property maintenance, we will look into that and we will go out inspecting. We have actually identified some residents who have come to us. We will actually go out to their homes and take a look at that and see what needs to be done. We were just talking about this ED strategic plan update. Staff's working with Community Attributes Incorporated to host a series of community listening sessions in February. These sessions will play a crucial role in fostering community engagement and soliciting valuable feedback for the city's economic development strategic plan. The Economic Development Division aims to create an inclusive dialogue, ensuring the diverse perspectives of residents concerning the shaping of the future economic landscape for Commerce City. Once we have those dates confirmed, times and locations, we'll make sure to get that out to the council. Staff is also beginning to engage with Front Range Community College to explore higher education partnership opportunities, including our business retention and expansion strategy program. We're all aware of the 104th Avenue Railroad crossing repair has been completed. And we've started back up work around our crack repair project as well today. And he is no longer in the room, but if any of you all notice, there's no longer an interim in front of director for Mr. Chad Redden. He went through a competitive process, both internal and external, and Chad is now our new PRG director. So I'd like to give thanks to the Chad on that. Staying within PRG, Metro Football Stadium District funding was awarded to organizations focused on bringing activities and programming to Commerce City youth that had the opportunity to apply for financial support. And a one-time funding of just over $600,000 from the sale of the Denver Broncos. We had brought this to you all, previous city council last year, gave us direction. So it went to both school districts and a wide array of organizations and programs that provide services to Commerce City. Last but not least, PD. They will be participating in Share the Love with Cram the Cruiser again this year, which is being coordinated by Communications. CCPD will also be hosting FBI LEADA, which is Law Enforcement Executive Development Association classes. 3 classes for supervisors, commander, and executives are part of a nationally recognized law enforcement development program. Our honor guard has been reestablished and will be providing the colors for Rapids home games. And in 2022, CCPD made 218 DUI arrests. The goal in 2023 was to increase that by 10%. The total number of arrests in 344, an increase of more than 50% being related to DUI arrests. And that concludes my report.
Yeah, thank you. Interim city attorney.
Just one thing of interest to note that the Supreme Court recently granted cert to review the Ninth Circuit case relating to the homelessness enforcement and the Eighth Amendment discussion we talked about during the encampment discussion, I think on the 8th. So the court will be considering whether municipalities can enforce what they were blanket bans for folks sleeping on streets and criminal trespass and the like. And so that will be interesting to see. We'll have to wait until this summer likely to actually see a decision, and oral arguments generally occur around April time. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see if the Ninth Circuit's reversed or what happens there. But that could impact our ordinance on the encampments.
All right, thank you. Any other council members wish to make a report? It's time.
I met with the KSE people, Sean Maley and Matt Mahoney. That was really a worthwhile conversation, and we'll be attending the NIOP event tomorrow, which they encouraged. I also went to the Friends of Front Ranges Wildlife Refuges board meeting, as did my partner in crime, Rocky Teeter, Councilmember Teeter. What was really interesting to me is that it's not just about the arsenal. There's people representing all of the refuges. So there were people who live in Montebello, there are people who live in Aurora, there's people who live in Denver, Cherry Creek Refuge, there's something up at Longmont. It's not what it has been presented as opportunities for council members to participate on this board. So I just wanted to put that out there because people have been going to these meetings for a really long time, but it's not it could be any council members from any community participating. So I'm not sure what we're doing there, but it was really entertaining and we had a good dinner at El Jardine. Yes. Anyway, and then the mayor and I were both on the CML call, and I was happy he was there because there were a couple of times I needed to text him.
All right. Councilmember Kemp?
First and foremost to, Mr. Rogers, Mr. Tolbert, Ms. Knockman, I gotta say, being able to take the plan from last year, dust that off, and also to turn Eagle Point into an overnight refuge for our unhoused population. I cannot commend you guys enough for that. You know, I've heard from the communities like, well, why don't we bus them up to Bison Ridge? Well, where's the majority of the need is, you know, majority of the need. You know, and of course, it's majorities, unfortunately, it's in the southern part of the city. To have no incidents or very minimal disruption that occurred there is to me, I see that as a success. To have residents over, a lot of residents donate to the cause, even hearing of residents who came in around midnight just to show up there and talk to one of the staff to say, hey, you know, there's a guy sitting on the corner of such and such, you know, I mean, can we get somebody over there to take him in? To hear the other stories of, you know, just residents coming through and just dropping off stuff, food, whatever the case is, you know, that was really cool. To the staff overall, I cannot thank the staff enough for what they've done, and it really means a lot. You know, for one reason or another, people are homeless, right? I mean, some people are homeless because of, you know, whatever the case is, right? But I think just the fact that we, pardon my French, but we gave a shit. We did what we could to get, you know, people off the streets as much as possible, to have that plan in place. I really appreciate it a lot. So, the other thing too, I guess, is sorry, not related to that, but other stuff. I did have a conversation with Sean Maley and also Representative Cronky from KSC. One of the biggest things that, to me, I think that came out of there was that they do plan on within the first quarter is to for residential engagement to identify what Victory Crossing should really look like. But I think they still want to get council's input prior to the actual presentation, the visual presentation to residents is something that will be coming forward. Similar to Mayor Pro Tem went to the CML dinner Friday, I think it was Friday night, right? Veterans Commission meeting on the 16th. Unfortunately, there was not a quorum, but there is a annual budget meeting happening on the 27th, this Saturday from 8 to noon at Buffalo Run Golf Course that I'll be in attendance for, basically to help set their budget, to basically strategize their budget moving forward for the rest of the year, to help with that effort.
Councilmember Ford, do you have anything?
Not tonight.
Okay, Councilmember Dukes?
Just the echo, met with KSE and their commitment to the city and talking, I heard it clear. Also commitment to Commerce City in terms of art and thinking through like how do you make this a space that's of Commerce City, not adjacent to Denver, like it's Commerce City built, you know, and so they kind of share some ideas on like how to make sure it represents the community. And then the CML dinner, was able to attend that as well, and that's. Thank you.
It was a policy meeting we went to today.
Mayor Pro
That's
Tem?
right.
You have a report?
I did my
Oh,
report.
you're sorry. Councilmember Shaw?
Last Wednesday, we did an ozone, or last Thursday before we had our legislative meeting, we did an ozone webinar with Representative Bacon. So we're trying to push the GHG reduction measures through that. So any way that we can support it in Commerce City, I know that that's gonna be coming out this week. PFAS is also another bill coming up. I'll share everything that I have from everything in that space, by all means, one pagers, just so you guys are educated in that space. And tomorrow is ClimateCon. So there'll be a bunch of different panels. So if you guys are available, it's all day long. I'll be on a panel at 4:30 for Indigenous Environmental Justice around the state.
Thank you. Member Teeter, got a report? No report? Okay. All right, I had a meeting on January 9th with, Councilmember Douglas and the City Manager Rogers. January 10th, had a DIA West Security Checkpoint, preview, which were really good. They're gonna change things over, so if you go to the airport after, end of this month, things will change as far as security. The south will still be open, but the north will no longer be there. You'll have to go through on the west side where United Airlines is, go through that corridor there. And they have wayfinder signs to actually migrate everybody through the process of still being downstairs to upstairs. It'd be a better process. They can actually move 180 people per hour through these, through one lane. So they're gonna open these lanes up. They're gonna have it just, much better. So that that north bridge to Terminal A will be open. It's just that you won't be able to go up there to get through security. Once you get through security, you just walk over the bridge. So it's a better process. And then kudos to the city and just exactly what Councilmember Craig did. I appreciate your efforts, Craig, for gathering supplies up for people. It's very helpful. I was out of town. I was able to talk to city manager about that because I'm not sure about disasters and all that, what my role is. So I asked him what's the protocol, what are they gonna do for the shelter? He explained his process and I really appreciate that. Also spoke with him about Ditch Witch company that's leaving our southern area and moving up north. And they're working with their team to some sort of incentive or so, which would be great. They want to be here. So I think that's great that they could see that things were not presented to them early on, which they should have been. And I think that's pretty beneficial for someone who's going to be on a $9 million facility here. So I appreciate the Jason's team working with that. And I also stopped by the rec center to see exactly how people are being housed and what they're doing in daytime. And we have citizens who needed shelter come off the street, get warm, be able to come inside, not be hassled, but actually welcome to come in. And then what about their day, maybe come back and forth. But I thought that was a really good process. Thank you very much for keeping us updated with that information. That was very vital. And let's see, January 17th, legislative dinner that was well attended. Appreciate everybody who was there. And then on the 18th, I went to the youth committee, surprise visit. Those kids are doing great. I really love where they're going. I love their passion. And then January 19th, also, Mayor Pro Tem, we did the CML policy committee meeting. So that's my report. And see, there's no further business. Thank you, everybody.